produce less greenhouse gases may not be serving as they were, but the total percentage is at a record high 21% of the market.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Jessica, can you hear me? Or Carl?
Morning, Julie.
Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Dr. Williams. Take out the back. All right. Let's see, can everyone in the room hear me?
Are you trying to talk? Muted if you are.
Can you hear me now? Michelle, you can hear me, right?
I can hear it. Yeah, she has to speak up though. Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone speak up a little bit. I don't know.
All right.
Having some technical difficulties.
Okay. If it's an issue, then I will hand it over to Bob to lead if there's any issue. So we'll give this a try. All right, we'd like to welcome everyone to the December 12th, 2024 Landmarks Commission meeting. It's nice to see everyone in person and virtually. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law and section 101.021 of the codified ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by roll call vote. Recusal from any case due to a conflict of interest should be stated prior or for the record prior to the beginning of any presentation. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, we ask the virtual attendants keep their mic on mute and use the raised hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and muting your microphone. Call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activities are being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. All requests to speak on a particular matter submitted through proper channels has been considered. Proper channels for comments are sending an email to landmarks@clevelandohio.gov email address with a comment or letter, calling or leaving a message at 216-664-2532, or sending a letter or dropping off comments at City Hall located at 601 Lakeside Avenue, Suite 519. Communication with members of this body must follow proper channels for consideration. Any comments received by the stated deadline are collected by Landmark staff and disseminated to the commission members prior to any scheduled meeting. Mr. Musson?
All right, just to go over the meeting rules and procedures. The chair will call each agenda item and then each applicant will be invited to proceed through their presentation. Each presentation should be completed prior to questions or comments from the commission in order to facilitate a smooth presentation. Once the presentation is concluded, the chair will ask Landmark staff to summarize Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations and any public comments received. The deadline for public comment is noon on the Tuesday prior to any regularly scheduled Landmarks Commission meeting. Any received comments are distributed to commission members prior to the meeting. Then staff will also identify any members of the public present scheduled to speak. Public comment is allowed at the discretion of the chair, and any individual providing public comment is permitted 2 minutes to speak to the agenda item in which they have an interest. The chair will then request a recommendation from staff. The commission will then begin deliberations and project review. Any commission member except the chair may make a motion at any point after an agenda item has been called.
We'd like to call the December 12th, 2024 Landmarks Commission meeting to order. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Dreyer? Mr. Dulick? Here. Interim Director Fields? Yeah. Councilmember Gray? So there's some people here, but I can't hear them. Mr. Lozier? Mr. Stanbury? Mr. Strickland?
Here.
Mr. Trassick? Dr. Williams?
Here.
And Ms. Trapp.
Here.
Madam Chair, we do have a quorum. There are a couple members who, I guess we can see online, but couldn't hear them. So if they end up being able to speak, they, I guess, are technically present, but we're here for roll. Director Fields just walked in, so add her to the present list. We also have Carl Brendus, Jessica Beebe, and myself from Landmark staff. Relieves that's coming from Law Department is joining us online and will be here in person.
Excellent. And we will begin with our certificates of appropriateness tonight. I'd like to welcome our first applicant to unmute your mic, announce yourself, and tell us about your project. The first applicant is located at 4707 Detroit Avenue, City Arts Peace Wall in Cleveland, number 5.
Madam Chair, before we move on to that presentation, I believe we have to untable it. This table on November 14th.
Thank you. Can I ask for a motion?
Motion.
I'll move to untable it.
All right,
I will second.
All right, so we have a motion. We have a second. Mr. Bussin, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Doolittle? Yes. Director Fields?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray? Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Woods?
Yes.
And Ms. Trapp.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, and now we'd like to welcome the applicant to announce yourself and tell us about your project.
Hi, my name is Pushti Vachani and I'm representing City Arts. We seek approval to create a mural in Cleveland, Ohio, which is located at 4707 Detroit Ave. This project would be a joint collaboration between City Arts, the building owners DuPont and Laird Company, Cleveland-based artist Tina Alia, and Garrett Morgan School community. We are a nonprofit organization and we create public art by engaging the youth. This is the 5th wall in the US and we call it Peace Wall. It's a part of 50 States of Peace initiative where we aim to create murals all across the US as well as globally. So for this specific project, we partnered with Garrett Morgan Schools. The school kids created artworks which were then incorporated in the mural mock-up that was created by Tina Alia. So this is the wall image, which is 10 feet long and 36 feet long and 10 It's located on Laird Company, and this wall is exactly opposite to Garrett Morgan School. In the next slide, we would be able to see a few different images of the wall from different angles, just to get an idea of how it looks. And then in the next slide, we will be able to see the kids creating artworks, which are going to be incorporated in the mural. This workshop was led by our artist, Tina Alia, and the event was covered by NPR. Later, these works were displayed on our online exhibition as well. There was an exhibition in Cleveland, which took place at 78th Street Studios. If you see the next slide, you'll be able to see the exhibition images. And the next shows the mural mock-up, which our artist like to our as to how she plans to paint the mural here.
And I'm Stina Leia. I am a professional muralist and artist based out of Cleveland. So yes, I designed this mural based on all of the designs that the children submitted during the workshops. And I believe the last concerns were how I would paint the recess, like the areas that were deeper on the wall or protruding out of the wall. So what I like to do is align the mural and the design based on what's coming, like what you see straight on. So there will be no deviation in like the alignment, whether it's deep or protruding. It all aligns based on what you're looking at when you see it directly from the front of the mural. And so when you stand to the side of the mural, you'll also won't see any brick or any unpainted areas. What I like to do is either we'll stencil it out where it aligns when you're looking directly at it, no matter what's happening on the wall. I'll either use a projector or sometimes I just literally will freehand my murals. I do this a lot, so I utilize like brush techniques. Alignment with the wall would be a little bit different, like where you see this girl on a swing. I would just make sure that those are on the parts that protrude out. So it will take a little bit of maneuvering on my part where it makes the most sense to have certain things kind of moved so that it's on the parts that are sticking out of the wall versus the parts that are deeper on the wall. And I use a series of paint sprayers so that there's no open holes or, you know, any like the brick can be finicky sometimes with the depth. So sometimes paint sprayers and brush techniques will really help make this mural look cohesive.
Thank you, Stina. And I would like to also let you guys know that we will be using primer, and the paint will be donated by Benjamin Moore. That's an exterior paint, and it's excellent quality. We have been using it for all our murals, and we will also be making sure that mural is protected with anti-graffiti coating so that we don't want to take any risks and make it more longevity. And we also have a maintenance plan for the mural. The company owners, DuPont and Laird, we have developed a cohesive plan where we will be inspecting the murals time to time, and if require any touch-ups or repairs, we will be doing that as well. So we want to make sure that the mural is protected and the kids across the school feel ownership of this mural. So yes, thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Well then, I believe Mr. Musson, the local committee approved this last time, correct? Right, so we'll go on to
yes.
landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a little summary, this was tabled on November 14th to provide time to the applicant to provide additional images with elevations, especially a straight-on image which we hadn't had before, showing the building elements and how the mural would interact with that. And also possibly exploring alternative locations on the building. For our staff opinion, we still do not recommend painting on unpainted brick and on street-facing facades, especially if the building that does have painted elements on the side of it that are less on the front of the street.
All right, thank you for that summary of your recommendations. We'll now open the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who'd like to start us off? I'm gonna ask for a little assistance if anyone raises their hand in the room.
Mr. Strickland has his hand up.
Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like this mural very much. I think that it's another example of the artistic addition along Detroit that really benefited the community and activated the street. My question is this a permanent installation or temporary, or how long will it last?
This would be a permanent installation.
Okay, that's great. And so you had mentioned a strategy for maintaining the mural, so that will be ongoing.
Yes, that would be ongoing.
Okay. Yeah, I would support this certificate of appropriateness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions and comments from the commission? Mr. Doolittle?
I just want to thank all involved for working with this body to allay some of the concerns about the relationship between the imagery and the relief features of the facade. I think the mural does break itself up nicely into 3 panels, and yes, that's nice continuity. So I share staff reservations on painting an unpainted brick wall. However, I understand, given that this is the result of a very successful engagement process between students and artists and a business community, that I'll support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really commend the applicant. You know, this is not our purview, but I really like the artwork a lot. When we saw this at the previous meeting, Ms. Petrus mentioned that the murals in the Detroit Shoreway area, the preference is to have them on the side of the building. And there is a painted wall on the side of the building as well as an unpainted wall. And my office is a block away from there, so I drive down this street quite a bit, and I find it easier to view the murals from the side of the building as opposed to the front elevation. And well, it does, of course, you know, is exposed to the school, so the kids in the school might be able to see it. But I was just asking if placing the mural that's my.
Did the
Hi,
applicant go ahead if you'd like to respond?
Sure. So we discussed as a team on placing the mural inside of the building, and I feel the building owners were more excited about painting the mural right in the front, like opposite to the school, because they wanted the school kids to feel ownership of that mural, because they have worked so hard for, like, planning about when do they want to come and paint, when do they want to come and help the artist, or like the kids were enthusiastic about maintaining the mural as well. So all of us as a team felt that it's really right if the kids want the mural exactly opposite to their school. And plus we also wanted the building owners to recommend the wall, and they said that this would be the perfect wall because they wanted some kind of beautification to the wall, and they felt that this is the perfect wall for that, so we went ahead with this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions or comments from the commission? Yes, I will state mine now. I really do like this mural, and I do appreciate all the work that's gone into this mural. I do have hesitations, though, of it being placed directly on the brick, as been said, because it's an unpainted brick. I would favor having the mural on a substrate that could be attached to the brick through the mortar joints to allow to respect the character of the brick, but allow it to be placed where the applicant would like it. I think I understand the artist's approach, and I appreciate that, but I think this is a trickier wall because there's not just 1 or 2 recesses. You have multiple sort of ins and outs, at the 2 to 4, I think, recesses that are on that elevation. So like I said, I do support the mural, and I like and I appreciate all the effort that's gone into it. But my opinion would be that it should be placed on a substrate that is then attached to the brick so that it doesn't damage the brick. Are there any questions and comments from the commission? And I have lost visibility to the room, so. There we go. If not, would someone, I'm not seeing any that I can see online. If not, would someone like to put forward a motion?
Mr. Strickland is put his hand up.
Yeah, I would like to move that the mural be approved as presented. Certificate of
We have a
appropriate.
motion. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
All right, thank you. Dr. Williams, we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Not seeing any online. Assuming there's none in the room. Mr. Mussin, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
I actually did have a discussion point, but I put my hand up kind of late, so you may have missed it.
Well, if you, Mr. Mussin, can we pull back since you haven't?
Yes, since we
Discussion.
Discussion of the motion is fine. We haven't fully started the roll call yet. No votes were taken.
Ms. Anderson, you want to ask your question?
I really want to support with the staff and several of my colleagues straight as correctly on the
Ms. Anderson?
to see if the motion can be amended. Yeah.
We can't really understand you. It's coming through all choppy. I think maybe if you turn off your camera, it might be a bandwidth issue. So want to turn off your camera and try and repeat all that. Maybe we'll be able to get it through.
Try again, Ms. Anderson.
It did that help?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems to.
All right. Yeah, sorry about the timing on this. I can support the mural. But I think the mural should be painted on the substrate, not directly on the brick. And I'm checking to see if we can amend the motion to paint the mural on a substrate as opposed to the brick.
I'm the one that put forth the motion. I was satisfied with the artist's explanation as to how the undulations in the wall substrate would be handled. And so I would not be in favor of amending my motion.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Anderson and Mr. Strickland. Dr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say as part of this discussion that I really like the fact that the artists and other members of the team have considered the opinions of the student artists who are also involved, that their preference was to have this beautiful mural inspired by their work on the wall that faced their schools. So again, concern for pedestrians and students as well as drivers. I like the placement. I am not sure what kind of substrate would be preferred in order to attach that to by way of the mortar joints. I believe that was the recommendation that you offered or suggestion. But again, if the artist is convinced that the image would not be compromised by putting it on that wall, and other members of the team agree, then I would agree with them and also be comfortable supporting the motion as presented by Mr. Strickland. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Any other further discussion? Right. Now I don't see. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you all, and we really appreciate your comments, and we would try our best to place the mural and inspire the community and spread peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that feedback. Okay, then we will move to a motion then. Mr. Mussin, please call roll.
I'm sorry, Mr. Muff, just can we be very specific as to where this is going? Because I know previously it was above, because when we saw it first, it was over, make sure it's as presented here that, because the last presentation had it lower, covering the cornerstone and such, so make sure it's very specific to this motion for this, because this has happened before where we have not been specific as to the placement, and it has caused problems. So you can see the stone on the corner there. And
Right.
Yeah, I think a way to frame it, I drove by this building this morning, those inset sort of vertical delineations have a portal, almost like a sill on them, so
Uh-huh.
I think saying that the mural starts
The
above that
base,
sill.
the base of the mural be above the road block or sill feature on the wall above the cornerstone. So I would amend my motion to add that specification.
Okay, so Mr. Strickland, you amended your motion to add that in, and I apologize. Who was the second of your motion?
It's Dr. Williams.
Dr. Williams, do you support the amendment of the motion?
And yes, and just for clarification, as restated, we will not cover, this is the cornerstone, right, on the right-hand side of the image. That will not be covered. So it'll be just
Correct.
as it's presented on the screen. Yes, yes, I would be willing to second that motion.
Okay, Mr. Brunches, is that specific enough?
yes, it is. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Then Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Right. Ms. Anderson,
No.
Mr. Dooley,
Yes.
Interim Director Fields,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes,
and Ms. Trout.
No.
Right, Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 4-2.
All right, congratulations. We look forward to seeing your the mural be placed.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to our, excuse me, the next applicant located at 2429 West Superior Viaduct, Bridgeworks.
Madam Chair, we need to untable this one as well as this table on November 14th.
Thank you. Sorry, I will pull out the agenda to have next to me. Thank you. Do we have a motion to untable?
I'll move to the favor.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
All right, we have a motion second. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Right, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Anderson, you're muted if you're talking.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dooley,
Yes.
Interim Director Fields,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
yes.
and Ms. Trout.
Yes,
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
excellent. I'd like to welcome the applicant. Please announce yourself and tell us about your project.
Yes, Brandon Klein and Jen Diazio with Geis, here to present the Bridgeworks project. I'd like to thank the commission for their time. We were able to, since this project was tabled, we had an informal in-person meeting to kind of almost a work session, which I felt was extremely fruitful. It I think spawned a lot of great conversations. And we really appreciated that dialogue and time. Overall project, the floor plans relatively haven't changed at all since it was last presented, but for a recess, a couple recesses on the southern side of the building. That's been really the contentious or discussion point for the project. We included floor plans just for representation. There is an enlarged plan detail. You can kind of see the notch that we've put in 3 locations, blew it up. The notch is going to be end up being material to material, a little bit more than a foot. When that probably about 12 to 14 inches when the material is added, with the brick being a thicker material, which would be the projected material, versus the metal panel that will be on the thinner material on the back. So there will be a fair change, and as I said, we did that in 3 locations. And the other aspect that we decided to change materiality coloring a little bit, and play on a little bit more of a tone on tone with the black and charcoal color. So instead of being stark white, which was what the former version was, then we changed it to more of a kind of a medium gray. We decided to kind of really almost have just a slight variation between the blacks, just to kind of give a little bit of depth, but still have that feel. At the same time, there's also a textural change on those panels, as far as one being more of a smooth black, a flush panel, versus the other being kind of a textured segmented panel to give some variation. And then lastly, one of the major changes was anywhere the windows are in the brick configuration, that would be kind of more of a historic style window. It's a simulated light, but does have the gridded window concept, where the more modern portion of the building would have more of a typical clean, window approach, and really again trying to play that difference. And I think through that discussion at that staff meeting that we had and work session was really the idea that you have these projecting historic elements shining through this modern building. So when you look at the building and across the entire elevation, you kind of see this juxtaposition and change between that modern and historic kind of feel in a simulated way. So the elevations, you can kind of see that like deep gray, real deep gray versus the black, and then the brick elements and brick detailing. One of the things we haven't been emphasizing enough, and it hasn't really come across as well, I think, in the renderings as it could, is really the detailing around the casing of the windows and elements, especially in the archways. You can kind of see. Yeah, but in the arching, there's a really nice detailing of an exposed and express corbel that'll happen at that horizontal and then the scallops of the top, which simulates really the design of the bridge that it's adjacent to, along with kind of the outline of the verticality of those stacked windows. There'll be another projection. We'll kind of shadow lined it a little bit heavier in the rendering, just to kind of emphasize, because it just wasn't coming through when you really up against the building. You'll kind of see that detailing. And then the detailing underneath the sills of those windows as they connect as well. But again, the big change was on the southern elevation, where we grouped and broke up that point. So each of those pockets of the gray materiality, that's where that recess pocket occurs, where you will end up being about 12 to 14 inches when it's said and done as a recess. From the projecting brick, leading edge of the brick that'll be there. Sorry. This is a view, of that detail, and you can kind of see on the left side, it's really shown prominently the detailing of the brick that goes around those windows and the historic element, that kind of frame and grouping and pairing of those windows. And then on the far left, you can kind of see that scallop detail that occurs around the arching, and then at the midpoint of that window as well, that'll carry through. And you can kind of see it in the back of the plaza on the upper floor and the 6th floor. Well, so here's the revised rendering of the south with that recessed pocket. Again, we have an emphasized cornice detail for the smooth panel, the metal panel, where it's above the brick and more, I'll call it that historic feel of that building, versus the more modern recess where it has the textured element. The height of that cornice is still the same, but it's just not as exposed. It's not as defined. It doesn't project in the same light as well, to kind of, again, try to play with the ability. We had a lot of discussion at the staff meeting that we had and workshop about the limitations of what we can do in height and depth, but we were trying to make those adjustments to really emphasize the difference of playing as best as we could. I think the result reads fairly well. So you kind of see some of the versions that have come before, and I think at this point, the relief of those three planes really changed it. So happy to open up to comments, but again, we appreciate the dialogue and the discussions that we've had. So.
Madam Chair, I believe you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you for the updated presentation. We'll move to the landmark staff recommendations.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as the applicants said, we've seen this project a number of times. It was granted a partial approval on September 26th, 2024, essentially for the foundation and the first 2 floors. And then they were to return with the remaining facade of the structure. And there was a requirement to extend the decorative pavers to the north line of the building. That's all been taken into account. They returned on November 14th and were tabled to allow for opportunity to discuss design in depth and options to break up the facade, variations that could be accommodated on the south elevation. After that, a subcommittee or working group was formed, which met on November 26th. We really pretty much just focused on that south elevation there. I think there was some productive and really good discussion, helpful ideas coming out of both sides. So just wanted to thank our commission members who attended, including Mr. Dulick. We also had Phil Talley from the vice chair of the Ohio City Committee there as well. Yeah, I think that the discussion that came out of that was helpful. It's reflected in these drawings. Since we were so focused on the south elevation, I wasn't expecting any changes to the north elevation, but understand trying to tie all the colors in together. So that is all I have. And Mr. Dewitt, if you want to talk more when you're giving your comments, you can share more about the committee, the subcommittee meeting. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Musson, for that summary. Then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Mr. Dulick, do you want to start us off? Since Mr. Musson teed you up.
Madam Chair, I would be delighted. To further Secretary Musson's comments, I think on behalf, and of course, obviously those that were part of this working group, I think we got a good representation of the commission. And I do want to thank all the members of the commission for supporting and encouraging the concept of having a working session together with staff to just, I think, successfully resolve issues that I think can be challenging to talk about in the context of a meeting such as this. So thank everyone for that support. Definitely thank the applicant for not only their willingness, I think their active participation and openness to actually exploring in a collaborative way with a lot of folks who all have very strong opinions. And, appreciate their understanding of the respect we have for the design process as the design professionals of record, but also thank them for recognizing the mission of this body. When we issue a certificate of appropriateness, that is exactly what we are issuing, for my understanding, is that we as a body consider this to be appropriate addition of new construction building. That being said, I do think that the proportions here were pretty successful on these renderings. Still a little concerned about the relative amount of contrast. I know there was a lot of talk about contrast, and I know there was a lot of talk about the white. I think that these tones are much more successful, but I think that the notion, given the limited ability to have the depth differential, the thought was that, how do you want those buildings to read? Right now they read as buildings. And I have a question for the applicant, so through the chair for the applicant. Is the upper portion at the brick above the larger cornice, is that black or the gray?
That's a black color. It's also a smooth panel compared to the segment and kind of textured panel that they have in the inset. One of the elements that when we really went through and kind of went through renditions of this, we really when we were looking at this and we started just playing with Photoshop and colors and other aspects, we really didn't like how, when you change the color of that recessed area, all of a sudden we started feeling like there was this heavy vertical stripe that kind of identified real quickly. And what we like with what occurs with that kind of, I'll call it more tone on tone color change and texture change, is that it gives the eye the illusion of the difference, but it doesn't really change the void as being a different materiality. It kind of just plays with your eye a little bit on that change. So it doesn't, you know, it reads different, but it also reads similar. And instead of it just striking outly being different, and then again, having that kind of vertical repeat, we just didn't want to have that. So we wanted to be a little bit more subtle. And we thought that it was successful with that.
Right, we also tried that lighter gray above the brick. I have the our offsets dark, which is where I think we kind of left work settling. But as we worked around the building, then it didn't relate to the other white pieces very well. And we're like, okay, so now what we do on these sides? Whereas this tone on tone kind of unified the whole building. We thought that was a better approach. Let's nobody ever liked that light color anyways in our previous meeting.
Okay, well, thank you, for this, and yeah, I think it's more, this is my first review, is that the contrast in color can help emphasize the depth that was unable to be achieved by a more dimensional differential between things. So I would make the requirement, I suggest that you explore the final color. And I know it's a hard thing to do when you're being this subtle, when you really are playing with the visual relationships of these different tones to play with both the actuality and the illusion of that's what the text does. So that's my only thoughts are about that kind of, but I said, and more than enough, and I think I would really like to hear, particularly from my fellow commission members who were unable to be part of the working session, but also following this project all along and have seen its progress, and to hear what thoughts they've made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick. Other questions and comments from the commission?
Mr. Strickland.
Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I want to commend the applicant for hanging in there over this extended duration. I think each iteration of this project has been an improvement, and I can certainly support what we're seeing presented today. And it's going to be a tremendous improvement for that corner, and I think represent a wonderful entrance into the Ohio City neighborhood coming across the bridge. And very much looking forward to seeing the project move forward. And I don't
Thank you,
miss the
Mr.
white man.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Other questions and comments from the commission? Right, I will come in next since I don't see any online. Yeah, I know this has been a process, and once again, I appreciate the applicant's willingness to work through this based on how impactful this building is and how important it is to how it will affect the landscape of this gateway into the city. I think it's the updates have been successful to address some of our concerns. Similar to what I think Mr. Dulick had said, the only comment I'd have is to continue exploring your materiality. Right now, it is very harmonious and symmetrical, and the use of the three materials. I think my only comment would be is that I still like to see a little bit more, maybe two types of bricks, maybe two types of darker panels in the each recess to be a little bit different, so that it actually continues. It meets what you're trying to do. Originally was to make this one large building to break it down into multiple buildings. But overall, it's not something that's just my opinion. That's not something I would object to the project. It's just, I think you've come a long way and I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this. That's my feedback. Other questions and comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Applicant, the or the session, I think what we have is much better than what was presented in the last meeting. I agree with the chair's comments regarding some of the texture and the panels. I'm a little bit torn about this one. I know city planning is very excited about this project. I don't know how the public is going to take to the design. It is better. It is an improvement. But I'm still a little torn about it. I do think that, again, I'm happy that everybody came together and to make the improvements that they did. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions and comments from the commission? Mr. Musson, did the two other commission members who attended, did they send in any feedback?
Madam Chair, they did not. Yeah, they were both unable to attend this meeting. One of them was kind of last minute notice, so no comments were sent.
Okay, excellent. Other questions and comments from the commission? All right. Not seeing anyone. Would someone like to put forward a motion?
Mr. Dooley?
Okay, go ahead. Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion. I motion to approve as presented with the requirement that the applicant work with staff to finalize the colors, particularly using renderings from a high-level view. I know you're going to continue this. I would really like you to work with staff on that, because I think how it's perceived from the crowd will tell us a lot. So that would be my requirement for that. I do want to make the motion to expressly thank the applicants for their participation in I think this is successful and innovative collaborative process with this body.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion with a requirement to work with staff on final colors. Did I hear that correctly, Mr. Dulick?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second, but I want to add that typically with final approval, staff ends up with much more definition in terms of materiality, sample board and specification on the various materials. And so have you seen that? Yeah.
No, we've seen what you've seen.
Yeah. So I would say, in addition to specifying specific colors, that specification of actual materials.
There's a finished board in there, but we've.
There is.
Yeah, in the package, there's a finished board. We're happy to submit a physical, not a digital version.
Just as long as there's a record of the actual materiality.
Absolutely.
Mr. Brunges, could you go to that? I thought I saw it right there.
Yeah, I didn't catch that during the presentation.
And that's where seeing the physical one could be helpful to see it'll look in different lights, that kind of thing.
So I would second that stipulation.
Okay, so we have added the requirements with the second to submit physical samples to staff. All right, so we have a motion and a second with the 2 requirements. Any other discussion?
I just wanted to confirm Mr. Dulick accepted that amendment to the motion. So
Yes.
I don't know if you caught that online.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any other discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Wait, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Director Fields,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trout.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much for your time. and-
Congratulations. One last question. What's the timing of starting the construction?
Soon. Soon. Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna be able to get going until sort of early or late winter, early spring. So probably end of February. It's kind of when you'll start seeing some movement.
Were you able to pull permits on that? first
No,
phase?
because unfortunately, our drawing submission, was all put in one submission and they wouldn't review just a portion of it. So we had to basically pull the set apart and then restart, and we kind of felt we could get back through the process faster than it would take to do that. So, but that wasn't the delay, that's just another roadblock. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our next applicant located at 1768 Fulton Road, new construction. Making sure this was tabled on November 14th. Would someone like to make a motion to untable?
Mr. Strickland, motion to untable.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Thank you. We have a second. I don't believe there's probably any further discussion. So Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Director Fields,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trout.
Yes.
Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. I'd like to welcome the applicant to unmute your mic and tell us about yourself or your project.
Hi, first, forgive me. I'm fighting a bit of a cold, so I'll get through this as best as I can. We are here to represent 1768 West 30th Street on Fulton Road. It is a detached 2-family home. If we go to our next slide, sorry, forgive me. We are located amongst, I think we went through this before, we went amongst eclectic spaces with homes where we are looking to, tasked to develop a detached single family home and a pretty much empty lot, and develop it to where we can see, well, a couple of ways we approach this is looking at our street, seeing what the context of the neighborhood was, and seeing what best would fit in this space, but yet staying true to a design that we believe should be built at this stage. If we go to our following slide, and the next one. As we look through the street here, everything has a pretty eclectic design, different materialities, different roof types, different glazing. And because of that, we wanted to see what was really kindred to this area, and we chose a selection with a gable roof that kind of fit pairing with the neighboring houses to us. The next slide. In that street, in our site plan, we wanted to create some areas where our tenants tenants could be available for green space. We thought a green roof would be really nice. It would also break up that roof line, which would divide the two areas of that roof line. As I think we mentioned before, one of the things that we saw in the front yard, we wanted to make sure it kind of felt with the context of the neighborhood and still create some privacy, which I think we kind of achieved there. Next slide. Next slide. All right, so our elevation here, like I said, gable roof, a bit of an asymmetric design. I think what we had discussed before is trying to find balance within this facade, seeing like the iterations of what that facade looks like, and seeing how, as much as it is a take on a modern approach, but still kind of honors like the traditional housing around us, and how does that fit well within this neighborhood? And it's kind of what we have done in our study. In this iteration, we really did kind of reduce a little bit of the size of the front window, but yet we kind of still kept it elongated just because it did create a nice stance in the home. And I think that's what we did feel. We kept the three windows at the base, which will shine into the open living area. And then this window here would actually open into our staircasing area, would bring light into that hallway and upstairs area. If you go to the following slide. Here we kind of kept our rhythm. We like the breakup between the home. It kind of gives a feel of just not that long continuous feel. It is a duplex. We want to kind of highlight to that stage, and did allow us to create something that we have for a rooftop garden. We can. I want to know if we can go into discussions of all the different iterations. Would that be good for us to go through, or? Okay, if we go to the second to last page. So second to last page shows a kind of multiple different iterations of the building, and I can give some pros and cons, what we liked about it, what we didn't like about it, and why we kind of led towards where we're showing. On our option 2, we were, because of feedback we've received with the time we presented, trying to add some more embellishments on that facade, creating something at the gable, kind of like either a light space or a ventilation space, to see if that highlight would work. We like the window. We think the window is honored really well. We even cleaned up the base, where the base just kind of goes linear straight across and doesn't kind of have that juxtaposition that comes down and brings it forward. And we think it's fitting, except for the lighting at the top of the gable. We feel like it just feels off on that facade. It doesn't really have the cohesion, we believe. And that led us to option 3. Option 3 is, well, let's just bring some light in here. Let's see how it could feel. Like, what would that impact that facade? And as much as it does bring the symmetry of it back, but we just feel it's just too much. It's too heavy. It's too much glazing. I don't think it's really fitting also for a residential home. Not in this setting, we believe. The fourth option, where we reduced the window sizes gravely, and we were trying to bring another, again, more fenestration. This is a restroom at this corner. How can we minimize that? Will that fit within here? We added a secondary window. We added kind of a more very square cube window here that could fit in that shape that we have. The only thing here is the glazing's heavy. It's like really open. We liked it divided. I think divided fits better for the neighborhood. And that secondary window, for us, it just seemed like an ad. Just felt out of place. And here, the fifth option was just kind of taking away that window, seeing if we can break up that glazing a different way. And that's like, we didn't mind. I think it could fit. I think the breakup of that glazing really did nice. I think the preference was a full break with, siding, paneling, etc. We can go into the next page. The next page is still kind of just going down that discussion. 5 is kind of more like 6. 4. But 6, we went back to, could we make another ad at that gable and reduce that size? And we created like a clear story there, see if it fits. And it kind of does, but it also doesn't, I think, where it feels empty almost, because that's what it is. It feels empty on that facade. The cube, we still like the cube and enjoy that. I think the secondary light is an ad, but again, we felt like it was just kind of being forced. It didn't really feel cohesive. The option 7, we broke it up because I think that's kind of where we were led towards that. We broke it up, and we were just playing with dividing lights, scale of the window itself. Again, trying to see if we can get a different glazing, and that was an option that we have here. I think 8, we kind of actually enjoyed, where we had a nice scale of glazing. We liked the breakup, and then we had 2 secondary lights for the restroom, and we did feel it kind of fit, and it would go fairly well. I think we were just thinking that the original submission, like the original proposal, was a little bit more. Again, I think we talked about balance, a little bit more balance there. But again, we were looking to get your feedbacks and see what the committee says. But here's kind of where we work through all our options.
All right. Thank you for the highlight of your exploration and final submission. We appreciate you walking us through the process. We'll then move on to Landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was tabled at our November 14th meeting to allow the applicant the opportunity to explore options, which he's just presented to you. Last time the discussion sort of centered around proportions and configurations and the question as to whether they should lean more historic or more contemporary, just sort of trying to find that balance between, I guess the balance that's always the challenge of new construction in a historic district. I think some of the options he's presented, obviously work better than others. There's looked at some interesting things. And the presentation is essentially unchanged from the November 14th meeting. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you for that summary of the recommendations. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Not seeing any, I guess I'll jump in. Mr. Strickland?
Mr. Strickland is.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly appreciate the fact that this applicant has shown us, 8 potential options for various window configurations and penetration for this planned project. And so this is essentially option 9. It's always a challenge, I think, trying to incorporate a contemporary design into an historic district. But I certainly appreciate the depth, but the angle of the gable does mimic what we see in a historic district. And I personally, and many of my fellow commission members recognize it, that I appreciate that it can be successful to incorporate a very modern design into an historic district successfully. And I think that is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards, where they expressly state that a new construction should not try to mimic an historic structure. It should stand on its own, which I think this project does. So I can support this project as presented in this final option.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Other questions and comments from the commission? All right, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My statement in the past meetings still stands. I feel very strongly that even though there are abstract references to the historic buildings and the historic, spacing and this does not harmonize with the structures that surround it. That is the kind of structures that we embrace in a historic district. I also feel that this is very top heavy. Most of these structures have either a very welcoming front porch or a very welcoming, entrance area, where this, the second floor and it does not have that welcoming feel of the other surrounding buildings. So I very strongly that there needs to be more emphasis on consistency and harmony with the district. I think if we continue with this path of these very contemporary designs, that we're going to degrade and dilute the overall look of the district. So I again am not in support of this.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions and comments from the commission? I'll jump in with my comments. I am somewhat between Mr. Strickland and Ms. Anderson. As stated before, I do appreciate you bringing forward some of the abstract references to the historic proportions and related to your width, roof, and or height of your building. I do struggle, and I am in support of the development. I am still a little stuck, for lack of a better word, on the front elevation. Similar to Ms. Anderson, I think this does feel a little top heavy, and the proportions of the windows on the front still are not my personal preference. The asymmetry without the balance still is a struggle for me, because these buildings around here are so symmetrical, especially in the upper half of those buildings. I personally I think it was your option 4 that had an asymmetrical harmony associated with it. So it offset, it had that visual harmony of weight. And I think, yes, I think it was 4. That it started to balance off and just visually balance the two sides of the elevation, and really did center around the third window of the larger pane of windows. So that's my personal preference. I do think, some of the other, I personally like some of your other options that you've presented, where it did reduce down the top portion, like in 2 and 3, so that it started to resemble those very clean lines and simplicity of the structures adjacent to it. So I appreciate the studies though, and understanding and seeing your options. And that's the beauty and the curse of bringing forward options, is that we're all going to have our own personal opinion, which one we like the best.
Which is why we brought it, because I think we wanted to have that discussion with your team, because our goal is not to just push our thoughts just across the board, but to find a compromise. Like you said, the subjective opinion of that, we actually like option 4. I would agree with that, and we're open to that compromise. I think we just wanted to have that discussion with you guys.
Well, we appreciate your work in bringing us forward and working with us, because it is, as Ms. Anderson said, we always want to. We're trying to strike the balance of consistency and harmony between historic and new.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions and comments from the commission? All right, thank you. Keep on losing visual to the room, so thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dulick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, the applicant, again, for showing us the exploration of the design, which I think was the soul of our request. And this definitely gives us plenty to respond to. I know that Mies said that God is in the details, but I think our experience tells us that the devil's in the details. I think the details are where God and the devil have a wrestling match. So I think that's what's happening here. I think the option to talk about proportions, much of the much of the topics that we always talk about with these. There's two things I think are kind of interesting, and I don't think it addresses the soul of Ms. Anderson's concerns, but I think it addresses some of the balance issues that I believe Madam Chair has expressed very well. Part of this is personal preference, but part of it I'd like to have a little bit in those notions of the details. And when you do asymmetries within symmetry, the details matter a lot. I think the proportions matter a lot. I like that little gable vent or window or whatever it is. I like the idea of some light coming in up there too, if there is in fact a cathedral ceiling, which is kind of neat. Just as a little coda, because I think there's something very stark. That being said, I don't make it a requirement, but I'm asking you to consider that because it's just a small gesture to that overall symmetry. Adds a little touch. But the other notion of symmetry I wanted to talk about is you look at the left-hand side of the windows, whether it's these tall triple windows or the more singular window expression, which there is something really clean about that. There's something that even though it's larger and more contemporary, it strikes me as more in the spirit of the Gothic cottage next door. And you're playing a really interesting visual game with these kind of twin forms. And, they're going to be fraternal twin, but seriously fraternal. So that being said, I think what my eye goes to here, and maybe this is your intent. So obviously, if that's the case, might change how you want to respond to this thought, but I think I see the large chunk on the left. And I see a different proportion, a different dimension on that right portion where you have your implied porch. I think it's interesting. That's the most interesting formal thing about this to me is that shift in those two planes. The shift back of the entrance as that kind of gesture of welcome, but also the shift in height so that square element of glass is almost like an implied fade. I think in the notion of a historic sense would have a sense of symmetry about it. Wouldn't be a big change, but I'd love to see what it looks like if in relation to the bottom piece, and I think in the brick piece, however you relate those two materials, where those two come together on the right-hand side of this implied fade. I think you give me a little bit of symmetry there, and a little comma at the top of the gable, and I feel a lot more comfortable with it, with the larger opening that has the proportion. I think there's something about the verticality of these three that it feels too much like a gesture to the triple windows to the left, whereas I feel the cottage you're echoing has a singular window gesture. So I like that option 4, with the triple breakup of a single large square opening. See the relationship with the lower left corner be symmetrical to the left. And then I think you start to feel more of that balance of solid to mass without the verticality being so enhanced that I really believe is part of what's making it look a little lopsided. I think you can achieve the balance within those elements within that scheme. See, particularly what made me see it was when you presented. And thank you again for showing us all of the options, because I think they all have value for this discussion and the final resolution, even if they aren't literally there. And again, thank you so much. So that's really my comments and thoughts for further exploration. Because I think the overall gesture is positive. I think we're going to come down on the side of the angel with you. I hope so.
I had a question. This happening at the top level. Like, is that an attic, or is that actually using the space, or is it just a thing itself?
If you go to the next page, you can see the floor plan.
Okay.
One more. Sorry, the other way, sorry. So it's a pretty large open attic space. You have, I think, 7 feet clearance at the top to the gable.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes,
One
Mr. Musselman.
question staff had was as far as air conditioning units and any kind of mechanicals outside of the building, was consideration given to where those would be located and where did those end up?
We're probably looking at, we haven't, I won't say we have defined that quite yet. We tend to locate at the rear of the property. Another option, depending on our area availability, we may actually locate that in the rooftop garden, again, depending on what type of units we have. So we haven't not defined that quite yet. We can look into that and give you guys an answer.
Any other questions, Mr. Musson?
No, that was all I had. Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry.
Any other questions and comments from the commission? Not seeing any online or in person. Would someone like to put forward a motion?
I've got a question. Mr. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Dulick put forth some, I think, very compelling points with regard to the importance of the detail to successfully execute this project. So it's essentially, incorporating a very contemporary house into an historic district, but just tweaking the details slightly to make it more successful. So I'd like to know, before we consider a motion, if the applicant is open to consideration of further defining the details and maybe incorporating some of Mr. Dulick's suggestions so that we would know specifically what we're.
Yes, definitely.
So, Mr. Dulick, you had suggested option 4 as being a preference, and putting that gable vent in there. Can you explain a little bit more about the implied porch and what you think might be more successful?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Strickland. So to this commission and the applicant, through the chair. Please bear with me because I want to have a more collaborative input on how the motion is phrased so that we're very clear. But also that we, to the degree that those who will support the motion, support what I'm suggesting. I think beginning with option 4, if we can use that as part of it. I think the option 2 gable window would make the requirement, but would like to explore how that looks. And I think the option 4, I think I would phrase it that the further study of the proportions of that living room glazing in relation to the implied symmetry of that projecting bay. We explored to work with that within the symmetry of that. In my mind's eye, I picture option 4 balanced properly left and right where the bay is below, with the gable, small gable window, and I feel that gives me some pleasing things. I think that particularly the 3D rendering of option is very telling. I think the little core balance. I agree with the applicant that the kind of maybe some preconceived thoughts I had about, well, you know, houses like this have small windows, stuff like that. I agree with them that it doesn't work here. I think it's that balance of solid and mass. There's a house in Wayland, Massachusetts, that Gropius designed that I think most of us are familiar with, that has this kind of balance in it. Doesn't have the gable roof, but it has this, and it is a historic reference to New England home in the neighborhood center. That being said, I think, bringing the motion, I think it's the symmetry of the glazing in relation to the face of the bay and the exploration of the small window. How did that sound, everybody? It's succinctly.
And that is a motion to what?
If I can, maybe try to state on that in summary, what I heard is that with any motion, the requirement for further study of the front elevation with staff to create the visual symmetry requested by the commission. Is that detailed enough, Mr. Musson and Mr. Brunges, but give some flexibility to the applicants to finalize, move forward?
And then if staff feels that it doesn't get to a point that we can bring it back for the further study of the front facade, if it doesn't meet the spirit of what is intended here, I think that
would certainly satisfy me. I really appreciate that succinct honor of the process. Yes.
So utilize option 4 essentially as a starting point, and the applicant work with staff to finalize the details. And if staff is satisfied, that doesn't have to come back to the commission, but if it's not successful.
Yes.
Assuming that's acceptable to the applicant.
Yeah, that is acceptable for us.
So is that a motion, Mr.
Yeah,
Strickland?
Mr. Dillon, that's your motion.
Madam Chair, I would like to make.
All right, so you have made the motion with the requirement of further study of the front elevation with staff to create the visual symmetry requested by the commission.
That's perfect, Madam Chair. Thank you. Clearly could not have said it better.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Mawson, can you please call roll?
Okay, Ms. Anderson,
No.
Mr. Doolin,
Yes.
Director Fields,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray,
Yourself.
want to abstain?
Stay.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trout.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 5-1 with 1 abstention.
All right, congratulations. We look forward to seeing your project move forward.
Thank you so much.
We'll then move on to our fourth applicant. Oops, I just lost my screen. Located at 4208 Clinton Avenue, the Shoe Residence.
Good morning. Are you ready for me?
We are.
Okay. Hi, this is Antonia Marinucci. I am the architect for this project, which we presented for concept, I think, in September. So we are back for final review and approval, hopefully. The project is at 4208 Clinton Avenue in Ohio City. I'm showing some of the historic mapping photos for reference. There must have been a house there historically, although the lot has been empty for at least several decades. Next slide. Here are some existing photos of the lot as it stands today. Next slide. I kind of spliced these two together to show a little bit more of how the immediate neighbor is kind of a rear house. and that we kind of get a lot of visibility on this northeast corner of the property. Or I guess it's the southeast corner, but looking north. Next slide. Another few photos of the immediate neighbors, both to the west and to the east, as well as to the south. Next slide. And then context, both of Clinton Avenue, mostly focusing on the newer constructions, but a few renovations in there too, as well as a couple in the historic district, emulating the style that we were evoking. Next slide. The style is still consistent with what you saw last time, which is what we're kind of calling a modern Greek revival, pulling from some colonial inspiration. And we are still going for an earth tone, kind of monochromatic palette, like the one shown below on the lower 3 images. Next slide. Okay, so last time we were lacking a little bit of context on our site plan, so I wanted to make sure that we were showing this both to illustrate just the siting of the footprint itself, but also the distance to the neighboring homes. We do have breathing room on either side of the property. To the west, it's there's a driveway, and to the east, and that earlier photo I showed, the immediate neighbor is at the alley side of the lot. So we end up having a lot of breathing room around the project, which is a little bit rare for the district. I also want to note, and I will show this more zoomed in, there was a lot of discussion both here and at the Ohio City Committee during our schematic round of the portico porch entry. And I just want to note that here you can see that the home itself sits fairly close to the sidewalk, and that porch is also very much engaging with the street just based on its proximity alone. Next slide. I just have the schematic floor plans. I'm sorry, that's actually this type. They're not schematic. They're pretty well far along, but the floor plans in here for reference if we need to refer back to them. Next slide. I apologize, I didn't update the font. These are not meant to be schematic, these are meant to be final. So looking at that front elevation, so our main commentary, as I recall from this committee and from Ohio City, was very consistent, wanting to see some unification of the window typology. We are wanting to keep that kind of more modern and I would say less contextual element of the kind of double stacked window at the staircase as part of this design, but we have sought to, across the project, really unify and simplify the windows to sort of create more consistency throughout based on the feedback that we received. The other major change on the front is that we widened the portico entry substantially, not substantially, but relative to that portion of the facade, it kind of reoriented the windows to be like oversized side lights in transoms to create a more dominant presence of that portico as the front porch element of the home. Next slide. And again, that eastern elevation. And you can see another change that's to the second half of the property is that we are going to be doing a screened-in porch back here. And at the carriage house, portion of the project, we did eliminate the SDL windows as a class saving measure. Next slide. And here is the interior rear facade, as I call it, kind of if we were to cut away that garage portion, this is what my clients will see from the interior of their yard space. Next slide. And this is showing the alley face of the garage of the property, which is on Wheaton Point in the north. Next slide. This is that western facade, again, kind of cut away, calling it the interior view. to show what the yard space in the home looks like for my clients. And then next slide, please. And then this is just the straight western facade. So, what neighbors will see as they're approaching that front corner of the home. We also added those 4 windows into their living room space, both to bring more light onto the interior, but to activate that facade a little bit more. Next slide. Okay, so this is a rendering of the palette and materiality that we've selected, as well as showing a little bit of scale to the neighboring properties and the existing street trees, which I think are just the Cleveland pears, but I'm not an expert there, so that's my guess. Next slide. Okay, to take away kind of some of that context so we can see the materiality a little bit more clearly, we're proposing a smooth lap siding James Hardie board in their pre-finished option called timber bark, which is like a really kind of soft olive green, I would call it, kind of like a brownish olive green. And then on the roof, a CertainTeed dimensional shingle in driftwood, which is a nice dimensional brown. We are proposing salvaged sandstone pavers for the steps and the portico topping, a stained Dutch door in oak or walnut for that front entry. Right now we have the Belden brick at the foundation line and on the chimney. And then for the windows, the one change from the previous presentation after we got pricing in was to switch to a fiberglass plaid wood window in the same bronze finish. And that would be a stimulated divided light. So grids, outside sandwiching the glass. They're a really beautiful product. We had to go to Boston to work with Marvin directly on this window package, and it was a very enlightening experience. And then we are proposing this Primo Rampart gas lantern in copper, true gas lantern flanking the front doors of the house. Next slide, please. Okay, on the rear side, I did not do a full rendering, but imagine the same materiality and colorways for the siding. We are just proposing a vertical long panel style steel garage door in brown, a Therma-Tru fiberglass entry door at the rear of the garage in their aqua color, which are both compatible with the bronze color of the Marvin windows. Just a simple lantern for this garage portion. And at the rear of the property, we would like to propose just a standard 6-foot wood property or privacy fence. Though that might be coming in a later phase of the construction. So if there are any changes there, we would plan to come back to this committee. Next slide, please. Okay, a closer look at kind of the front materiality. Chelsea and Zach, the owners of the home, would like to salvage cast iron, or I did this last time too, wrought iron, that's a typo, fence and gate. We haven't sourced that quite yet, but that's the intention. There's plenty of salvage sandstone steps and toppings available locally, which is fantastic. And you can kind of see with, we also have the existing sandstone kind of border from the old, historic fence, which is fantastic. So that is to remain. And we will, you can see kind of in this zoomed in snippet of the site plan that we really only have a little bit of sidewalk to kind of make up for before we hit those steps. So imagine that the historic sandstone topping kind of continues onto the property into that entry portico. And then I think that may be the last one. Yes. Okay, thank you. Love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed at the Historic Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee meeting last week on December 5th. They recommended the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with the recommendation to continue the study of the windows and kind of fine tune the windows regarding proportions, configuration, and cohesiveness. And that was really what the discussion centered around the entire meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that summary and landmark staff recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project sparked a bit of discussion in the office. And looking at all this and considering all the other single-family residences in this neighborhood, we're a little concerned about massing because it's wider on a double wide lot. So in comparison, we just need to call that out a little bit. We felt the materials are appropriate. Staff agrees with comments from the design review regarding the windows, the need for consistency. I'd like to know a little bit more about the dimensions of those, especially the larger windows. Great to see the salvaged materials being reused. We're happy about that. We have a question about the number of units. This is a single family house, but based on the floor plan, there appears to be an ADU above the garage. It looks as though you also have AC in the side yard next to the garage. And is that going to require a variance? Is that something that you can get a variance for? And have you identified any other variances that might be needed? Thank you.
Thank you for that staff of recommendations. Would the applicant like to respond to the air conditioning units and variances before we open up the floor to the commission?
Yes, I can definitely do that. The air conditioning units are well within the side yard setback, which is the code requirement for those to be located within the setback. So we are achieving that in the current location. Of course, if Board of Building Standards has a different interpretation of that, I'm happy to work that through with them. But we sort of designed that side of the facade to be a little bit of a blank facade to allow for that utility corridor, which tends to, without kind of interfering with the usable space, I'd say, for the owners. I do expect and or wonder, I think we will need the variance for proportion of the square footage to the lot size. I believe we exceed the 1/2 due to the nature of the attached garage portion. So that is the only variance that I anticipate. The size of those front windows, do you want me to address that as well? I can answer that one for you.
Yes.
Okay, just let me look back up my window schedule. So I'm assuming we're talking about the ones that are kind of stacked together, the foursome. Those windows are 4 feet wide by 7 foot 7 inches tall each. They're called they're a fixed direct gaze window is the style of that window. And if anyone wants any other of the window dimensions, just let me know.
Okay, and do you foresee any other variances? I'm sorry, did I miss that? You addressed that already.
I don't foresee other variances. And hopefully that is the case.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we will open up the floor of the commission for questions and comments. Who'd like to start us off? All right, I will start us off. I guess I do have the same question or concern about the windows. I think it's more the mutton patterning that is a struggle for me. Continuing the 2/3 pattern from the smaller windows to the bigger windows, it feels inconsistent. I understand that's the pattern of the windows adjacent to it, but I think with these large windows, it feels disjointed. Feels like the mutton pattern should be adjusted to be more in harmony of proportions of the panes of glass to the windows adjacent to it. That is my main concern, or my main question on this one is related to similar to staff and the local committee, is just continuing to work on that so that the window proportions all feel harmonious around the entire building. Other than that, I am in support of the project. Other questions and comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Want to say overall, I like the design of this project. I think it's a very pleasing design. I think it'll blend in well with the rest of the street. I really appreciate the incorporation of the sandstone and the natural materials. We're able to do that. My concerns are the monochromatic color palette, and I'm very concerned about the color itself. When I go down, especially that block and the block to the west of Clinton, there's a lot of these very contemporary, grayish, muted colors that I think are really out of place in a historic district. And you know, I just recall from painting classes that I've been in, you know, when students would mix up these kind of colors, the instructors would be like, these are overworked, they're muddy, start over. And I don't think muddy colors or these type of colors work well with the historic district. And I don't like the monochromatic treatment. I think there should be, some trim and some other colors introduced into the design. I also am concerned about that bank of windows. I think I think if it was a taller house, that might work better. But given that it's really a two-story house, it's too much glazing. Maybe between the two banks of windows, I know that's been a discussion point with the other advisory committees, and I also am not comfortable with that. I do like the red brick, but those are basically my comments.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions and comments from the commission? Not seeing any. Would someone like to put forward a motion?
I have a comment. I just wanted my comment is the windows. Are there a specific type of windows should be coordinated with the house or the size of the house?
I'm sorry, can you clarify your question?
Yeah, that's a question.
Can you clarify or repeat it?
Since there's concern about the windows, I'm just trying to understand, should the windows be coordinated with a certain size or type, due to the design of the house or the structure of the house? Since the windows are in question, if somebody can answer that question. Is that one of the concerns, correct?
I think, are you essentially asking what is it about the windows that people find unsettling?
Yes.
I guess from what I'm hearing, and others are welcome to chime in to clarify, but it sounds like the size of the individual window pane is kind of in question, specifically on that large bank of windows, the one that's 16 by 8 foot total. Those panes of glass would be, rather large. And so kind of breaking those down to a level that made the Muntins more match the kind of style, I guess more the style and scale of the other windows, instead of kind of maintaining that 6 divisions. maybe that gets broken down more so that they relate to the other windows better. I don't know if that's what I interpreted. I don't know if that's accurate from what I didn't say.
I would agree with that comment. My comments were directly in line with that.
I agree with that as well.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Would someone like to put forward a motion? We do need a motion if there are no other questions or comments to continue moving our agenda forward.
I'll attempt a motion.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Go ahead.
Okay. I recommend to approve as presented, with the stipulation that the applicant introduces a trim color or an accent color, as well as revisiting the overall color to work with staff on that, and to revisit that front bank of windows to make them more consistent with the overall size of the house and the other windows in the house. Sorry, it's not that articulate of a motion, but
okay, no, that is a good motion. Just to summarize what I heard is your motion with the conditions or recommendations for the two items that you stated.
those are conditions.
Okay, the conditions that the applicant further study the window fenestration on the front elevation. And then the second one was introducing an accent color to the overall palette and work with staff on finalizing that.
On finalizing, I also would like to see, a more green. I don't know how else to put this, as opposed to, a gray, basically a gray color with some green overtones.
Okay, so to amend that, so to work with staff on the final color and the introduction of an accent color.
Yes.
All right, so we have a
Ms.
motion.
Stratt, am I allowed to comment or question?
Let us get through one more.
Motion's on the table, so we have to complete.
Yeah, let us complete the motion, and then when we get to the discussion, you can. So
Okay,
we have a
thanks.
motion with two conditions that have been put forward. Do we have a second? We have a motion with two conditions that were put forward. Do we have a second? We have a motion with two conditions that was put forward. Do we have a second?
As a reminder, if you second the motion or even make the motion, you don't have to vote for it in the end. It's just to move it along for further discussion.
If not, it fails and somebody has to put a different motion forward.
Correct.
I will second.
Right, so was that Mr. Dulick?
Correct.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. We can move on to further discussion. Ms. Marinucci, if you'd like to comment.
Yes, I would ask that if the committee, other members do not feel strongly about the color palette, my experience and understanding of the historic district that we are in the Victorian era is that earth tones are the most appropriate color choice. And that's what we've always hearkened to when making selections. We do feel that the color itself is appropriate. We understand that the monochromatic is perhaps less common, though we are again trying to evoke the more Greek revival style, which and also recognizing that this is a new construction and it does not need to necessarily be a perfect historic replica. So we would just, I think we are more than happy to look at the grid pattern of those windows and look at those windows more with staff, but would appreciate the consideration on the color palette that we've selected.
Right. Appreciate that feedback. I personally trust staff's recommendation of the final color once or if you introduce an accent color throughout the palette, that if the earth tone of the main body or an adjustment to it based on that would, I trust staff's opinion to finalize that. Other questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Ms. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at the standards that are on the screen here. And it says standards for rehabilitation. And we're talking about new construction. Right? So I don't see how the standards for rehabilitation really apply to this project. And so from consideration of past projects for new construction, the Secretary of Interior standards stipulate that new construction should not try to mimic or create the appearance of an historic structure in a historic district for new construction. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And just as far as the standards go, as far as new construction in a historic district, we can treat it like an addition to an existing building. So we rely heavily on standards 9 and 10, and also 3 to a large extent. So it's, each property, like you said, should be its own screen or, physical record of its own time. So it should be clearly delineated as new. But as far as how it relates to the adjacent properties in the district, we use standards 9 and 10 fairly heavily for new construction.
So in consideration, this project that's presented, it looks very historic in nature. Very so. If you change the window configuration and you add a trim color, I think it's going to be very difficult to recognize this as new construction. So I think the architect and the way they presented the design with a more contemporary approach to the windows and a monochromatic color scheme makes it more contemporary. It adds to a differentiation of a historic structure as opposed to a modern structure. That's my opinion. So I think if there's a movement towards more traditional window sizes and adding trim color, you're going to violate the standard. It's going to look like an historic home, even though it's modern construction. That's my opinion.
Thank you for that feedback, Ms. Strickland. Other discussion?
Ms. Anderson has her hand up.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel very strongly that we rely on the standards 9 and 10 without regard to consistency and harmony of the overall district. I think we err on the side of differentiation too often, and we are degrading the overall look of the historic district. Having a contemporary stamp does not mean that, it looks like what we see in new construction. Upper Pike. More than that, and I really feel very strongly that we need to look more carefully at these projects so that they end up being more in harmony with the existing structures as opposed to mimicking the new construction that's already there, or putting in things that are, I'm going to just call them trendy, like the gray palettes and the muted palettes that we see so often. These are colors that are, you know, very popular in 2024. I don't know whether they're going to wear well in the next 10 years, and they certainly are not consistent with, you know, the kind of polychromatic, even though, you know, the historic colors are muted. They're not, you know, they're not bright. They're not painted lady colors, but I feel very strongly about that. And I think we need to look at something that's more restrained and traditional and classic, as opposed to, you know, what is embraced, you know, at this time in this place. So again, I feel very strongly about that.
So I will just weigh in with my opinion on both sets of comments, which I do see the value in both, you know, perspectives. I feel related to the windows, this is something that's permanent related to the structure. And since the applicant has chosen to do a historic mutton pattern, it needs to be consistent across the building, so that, you know, the windows do all seem are in harmony across the entire property. Related to the colors, I do see there's a difference between monochromatic and monolithic. The use of all one color versus an accent color does allow some understanding of the detailing of the project. It's also something that's changeable in the future. The windows are not, you know, or without great expense. So I personally feel that we should give the applicant some leeway to explore, you know, the opportunity to not do a monolithic color across all of it or request it. But I don't feel like, you know, it needs to be, I think you can achieve the goal of the architect and the owner of what they would like this building to look like, but allows a little bit more understanding of the detailing that you have put into this property. So I feel the condition of working through the design to finalize the colors, introducing an accent color, that can be done in a variety of different ways to achieve that request. But I don't want to say anything more than that in our condition to give the architect the flexibility to finalize their design. But I don't think that this has to be, to your point, Mr. Strickland, there has to be some flexibility in the color so that it doesn't try to pretend to be historic structure. I think through some of the detailing, it will be understood that this is a new structure. Right, any further discussion? Then we have a motion to
Statement of the
table.
motion with regard to recommendations versus conditions.
Mr. Musson?
Yes, what I have is approval for the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with the condition that the applicant work with staff on final color selections and that a trim or accent color be added, and to revisit the fenestration specifically on the front, and that one large bank of windows to make them more consistent with the other windows on the house. So that's super concise.
It's a stipulation that a
Yes.
trim color must be added, a differentiation.
Yeah, that's what we have.
Ms. Anderson, would you be willing to revise that to be a recommendation versus a condition to keep us?
Yes.
Okay, so we have that changed to a recommendation versus a condition. Mr. Dulick, will you accept that revision?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have one requirement and one recommendation. Right? Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dooley,
Yes.
Director Fields,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray, Ms. Strickland,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Stroud.
Yes,
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
excellent. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing your project move forward.
Thank you, Dan. I'll reach out.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next applicant, located on East 4th Street, Dora Park. I'd like to welcome the applicant. You can unmute yourself, announce yourself, and tell us about your project.
Madam Chair, it looks like they're here in person, so if you guys
Go
want
ahead.
to come up, use the clicker here to advance your slides.
We have a couple of our team on Zoom as well, Justin Williams.
Mr. Strickland, Mr. Musson, if you could lead this, just because it's hard for me to do it from the rear.
Sure. Yeah, feel free to go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Jason Boone. I'm the owner of Henry Brands. We're proud proprietors of some fantastic locations in downtown Cleveland. My operating partner, Chelsea Williams. Chelsea is online there. She's there. She's runs all our operations. We have a steakhouse in Tremont called Steak. We have Geraci Slice Shop downtown around East 4th. We have Lionheart Coffee on East 4th, and we constructed Jolene's, the country road, which hopefully will be for this signature panel here in the next 1 or 2 weeks. I want to thank Dan and the staff and the team for working with us. We're excited to venture into the first sort of launch of the Dora district with the MRN group. We've been fantastic. We worked really hard with design review and his team to create something that has a balance of historic surrounding buildings. We have in our portfolio, we have a place called The Yard. It's an outdoor food truck park in downtown Willoughby. And we worked with them, and we took over a historic building there too, and created something really fun and exciting. But more importantly, when we had an eye on this design, it has to be welcoming to all, especially in East 4th. I consider that the most popular street in Northeast Ohio, so we're honored to be on the street. And this dugout has to be shaped like a park. It has to be family friendly, it has to be dog friendly, it has to be visitor friendly. I think that those elements, and then also keeping paying homage to the 2 giant arenas, venues across the street that house hundreds of events that are sports related. So that's sort of my opening remarks. Thank you in advance for everyone's time. Sarah and the rest of the team did actually all the hard work. I just thought it was crazy at the end. They took it from there. So thank you again.
Thank you, Jason. I'm Sarah, and I'm from Cleveland, and starting with our location map, you can see the darkened parcel is the private alleyway that exists between Euclid Avenue and Prospect. And our existing conditions here, you can see to the north of our lot, you have Cordelia, to the south, we have Flannery's, and then East 4th Street running up and down on the page, and it's currently the turn in for the ballet. But MRN has been working for some time on reconfiguring the ballet so that that parking parcel behind our space and Flannery's will contain the drop off, the pickup, and then our park will separate East 4th Street from some of the services that occur in that parking parcel. A lot of HVAC equipment, as you can see on those curbs, fencing, walk-in refrigerators, and the like.
some photos of our existing conditions, starting in the top left with the existing ballet stand, the wall opposite on with the East Fourth mural. And our team is looking in through a separate process. We'll be showing some concepts for a new mural addition on the lower part of that wall.
And I could jump in on the mural side. So I've also learned an immense amount of lessons on the mural side. I have a mural in Fremont that I'm sure I'll be in front of this committee here in the next month or two that I did not think about. So humbly unwind out of that. And in the wake of keeping myself out of jail, apparently, so that handle that one right away. And I apologize in advance for that. But this one on Fourth, now that I'm a lot more educated on the process, we commissioned the Cleveland Clothing Company, who sits on the end of East Fourth, and our goal is for them to sort of create a legends, Cleveland sports legends mural. I'm talking from Steve Bay to Katie Moon. I'm talking about all the legendary sports figures, not just the ones that we constantly think of, so many great athletes. So once they put that together, we will go through the process. Everyone's thoughts on that. It's going to be highly visible wall, so I'm going to make sure that we all properly. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks. So that will occur on the wall, the adjacent wall of Cordelia, and then on the lower row of images, you can see the view facing from the park back towards East 4th Street, then the existing garage entry, and then the pedestrian portion of East 4th Street, which will now be even more pedestrian friendly. So starting with our site plan in the top left, there is a little outdoor waiting area with a bench and an overhang to protect in rainy weather, and then some bollards separating the exiting left turn lane only from the existing garage. Then there's a employee valet space and then an indoor valet waiting area for inclement weather throughout the winter, and restrooms to serve the bar and food service, a new dessert venue facing this Dora Park. And at the top of the park, we have some stadium-inspired seating against a planter where that mural will occur. Some portions of turf that will be broken up by this home plate-inspired precast concrete walkway, leading you back to the valet pickup. There's some flexible seating with stools and tables, and a low railing separating the bar premises outside of the defining the rest of the park from the bar premises, and then the dugout bar in the existing valet stand. Then there's a couple additional planters along East 4th Street and a tribute to our past famous manager with the mounted Vespa. Okay. So the dugout concept is a very lively, obviously sports-inspired, baseball-inspired concept. You can see the progressive field-inspired custom metal structure with the decorative lighting motif and holding the dugout signage. We are recladding the top of the existing valet stand with a blue to match the dugout branding and integrating integrating TV screens to show the sports events and have events and watch parties. Below the blue portion, there's a bump out with some red and white neon wrapping the building. Then the existing openings are being replaced with operable windows and stainless steel counter over a backlit baseball feature in red and white and blue. Then towards the end of the site, we have the terminus of the park, and to give it a focal point to create a bit of height and also to create some further screening for the various services that happen in that parking parcel. We have a bridge and sports facility inspired metal screen wall structure. overlapping with a brick volume that holds our dessert shop and valet services. Then another glass folding window in the counter, and then a projecting brick texture below the counter, giving a bit of variability and detail to our facade. A similar treatment facing the parking parcel, and then neon channel letters on both sides, expressing either the ice cream or the entry to East Fourth. And then our elevation on the right showing the employee doorways. We have a section through our brick cavity construction and the screen wall structure. And then large floor plans showing those various operations with the valet food service and bar and restrooms. And then on this landscape and lighting plan, you can see the concrete versus the artificial turf versus the pathway of precast pavers. And then the linear planter and the round planters, there's a suggested mix of plants that would be, seasonally rotated as appropriate and maintained by our operations team. And then for the lighting throughout the site, we have existing catenary lighting that we're going to enhance with some larger decorative pendants over the drive aisle and also over the precast paver path. And then other lighting features include a up and down brick wall washing on the facade of the new portion. We have wall sconces at the doors. We have the backlit panels as part of the bar baseball feature, and then our neon package with the signs. So in this rendering, you can see those two concepts, the ice cream and the dugout bar. And our palette of materials. So to the left of the page, you can see the existing brick with the new metal facade portion and the folding door color. And then there's the stadium inspiration for that specialty seating, and then an example of what those folding chairs would look like facing those stadium benches. Those we're looking at using actual progressive field seats and modifying them to put them in groups to sit at tables. The flexible seating is shown with the wood and the navy bar stool. And then we have that two-tone precast with the artificial turf. And then to the right of the page, you have the charcoal screen material with the new brick, which takes the darker shades of the existing brick and makes a palette of those. So it's got some warmth and a bit of chocolate to it. And you can see that in the image showing the existing brick with a panel in front of it, shows those two materials. Oh. Is it a sign? Or is this signage after?
That one page that showed, yeah, that page
Okay.
I could describe.
Okay.
Yeah. I am Jessica with the sign company. We'll start with the dugout letters. The dugout letters will be channel letters. They will be, there's a couple layers to them. The blue will be the channel part. The white will be a PVC. And then the red will be vinyl backing, and then we'll have a stroke of neon. And then it will have a clear acrylic.
Yes, so if you see any nostalgic in the blade sign and the letters, it's another piece that we commissioned the Cleveland Coating Company to help build its logo. And it's always going to be Jake to me and to a lot of Clevelanders, and that logo on the blade there is totally a throwback logo to Jacobs Field. So we've got a lot of very positive feedback on the actual layout itself, and we've got a lot of great memories with a lot of Clevelanders. Sorry.
And then the blade sign will be similar. It will be The channel letters will be the blue, the red will be a vinyl backing, the white will be the PVC, and then we'll have sort of neon. And then East Forks will be push-through lettering. The lights will have a dimmer on it, so those will be able to be dim as needed. The ice cream signage will be similar. It will be, I believe it's a Novio gold color for the ice cream. And that will be channel letters, also have a PVC backing, and then a stroke of jam with a clear acrylic base.
What's also unique is that that blade sign is the existing blade sign that has the ballet arrow. It's unfortunately been hit numerous times by trucks, but that'll solve itself once the door district gets, which is great. So that's the reason the placement is there. We're working on the existing hardware there. And then on the ice cream side, I will tell you that we're pretty advanced on some conversations with, I don't probably name them, probably the top 2 ice cream retailers in Northeast Ohio. So if we end up working with them and signing a deal with them, then we'll come back in front of this committee if we need to modify their logo to match. Stop.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it. We will then move on to Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Greater Downtown Historic Design Review Advisory Committee reviewed this project at their last meeting on December 4th. They recommended the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness as presented. The conversation is really just sort of finalizing, understanding the details in the plans. Some explanation of the delineation between the bar area and the door area. And then there's clarification that the mural that was mentioned earlier is not part of this presentation or approval, but otherwise it was, essentially they recommended approval as presented.
All right, thank you. And Landmark staff recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. East 4th Street Historic District is an entertainment district, so design appropriateness may or may not be a little bit lenient. This is a conversion of one existing non-historic structure and the addition of another to the rear of the property to create a park-like atmosphere. The addition of the designated outdoor refreshment area overlay creates opportunities and challenges. That's what Adora is, because I don't mean to throw this term around and not everybody may know what that is. Doors are generally created to increase foot traffic and movement through a mapped area with any public space, generally the right of way, to allow exemptions to Ohio's open alcohol container law. The challenge faced with East 4th Street is a limited area, so that rather than encouraging greater movement, it corrals people into one city block. So basically, this effectively turns East 4th Street into a giant shared patio. So it's also an important pedestrian walkway and movement through. So we, as a part of this project, have to look at this overall, not only for the appropriateness of this, but also for pedestrian safety and movement. So it's part of what we're doing here. We should look to avoid obstructions that may compromise that safety. And much like a case that we reviewed a few years ago with Linear Law across the street, where they wanted to put the screens in the second floor and be able to show events, that caused potential bottlenecks of pedestrians and safety concerns, ADA concerns. So when we're looking at this, that's part of what we're also considering. The introduction of the scooter in the right of way would not be appropriate and would probably cause more problems, especially in large event times. Also, having a TV screen facing East 4th Street on that east facade would probably also do the same thing, and we would recommend that not be there. The idea of having a park off the right of way is a good idea. It gives somewhere for people to sit down and eat And while staff has differences of opinion on certain design elements, the shared space is a good idea and can move people off the street. While it is available to the public, and I think something we have to decide what is that relationship here, it is not in the public right of way. It's actually on private property. So the question, and something that we would need to consult with the law department on later on, will people be able to bring outside food into this area? And then based upon the DORA law, if reading it correctly, it appears that they would not be able to bring alcohol from another establishment onto this property because you are leaving the public right of way and going onto a public separate place. So there's some things that not generally the purview here, but some things we have to consider. You can't go in there, you have to stop, finish your drink, and then you're potentially blocked. I think we have to understand how this whole park is going to work within that DORA context. We support the conversion of the building and space and the creation of the park area, but would recommend that the east-facing TV screen and the scooter not be allowed. The pole sign is existing, so it's just a conversion of something existing. So I think that would be fine as well. And then any mural or other artwork to come back at a later date as has already been stated.
Carl, thank you for that. Joe, I'm going to default to you secretary, but I think talking from a food standpoint, we are very open to folks with the neighboring businesses, and we're going to have a little bit of ballpark fare served inside the structure itself, probably hot dogs and Cracker Jacks pretty much should be in the ballpark. But we are welcoming people to bring pizza in from the pizza joint or a burger from Cordelia. You can sit in there and bring it from that area. We shoot it right in the DoorDash themselves if they want to do something there. But and then Joe can answer this, but we worked through this. There is a path for us to be for folks to be able to enter and exit our footprints. Still not have to surrender their cocktail building first.
Thanks for that, Jason. So hi, I'm Joe Delray with MRN. We work really closely with both our liquor attorney as well as with the state liquor control board because we're kind of doing two things here. One is creating a public park on private property that is an extension of the DORA. And so the feeling is that we want this to be kind of how you described it, Carl, an area of refuse, an area of relaxation, an area to bring outside food in and just enjoy, an outdoor element of East 4th Street without actually having to be on a private patio or in the area. The idea is that either if you're coming onto 4th Street and you just are there with your family or your pet, and you're not there to drink, you're just here to take in the urban fabric of Cleveland on this really exciting street. And oh, by the way, it's 90 degrees. I'm going to grab an ice cream cone. Or I have valeted my car. And this is my way out to get back to my vehicle. I'm now passing through this unique kind of nature meets city element as I may go past the ice cream spot again, get some ice cream and then get your car. The introduction of the dugout bar, though, is a very unique element. It's going to have its own liquor license. It's going to have its own ability to sell alcohol. And that is delineated by this low-rise bar that we introduced. Again, very carefully following the setback requirements and the seating requirements set forth by the state of Ohio. We do have this separate but open secondary use in the park space. And that is shown by that railing there. So while, yes, you could not bring your Dora cup that you got from Mabel's past that bar, you are welcome to bring that Dora cup and sit on one of Jason's stadium chairs or at those long tables. And we were very cognizant of kind of working that out to the point that I think it was a 11th hour change that we all huddled up on before we submitted this to the local designer. So great job catching that. Thank you for giving us a chance to mention that work we did.
I just have one quick question regarding the valet. Is the valet drop off on Prospect?
Yes.
So how do people know to pick up the car at Ice Cream?
That's a great question. There is going to be some additional signage that will be added. It's not a part of the park. That will show the new drop-off location, in essence, in front of Flannery's. We've worked with city staff extensively on getting a permit to both widen, or not widen rather, to identify this new valet zone. So you'll pull up, you'll drop your car in front of Flannery's. We want you to engage with the street by walking down it from Prospect. And then you'll see additional signage or instruction from the valet operators to pick up the cars behind the door.
Just to keep our process going, let me open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments since we haven't done that yet. So we can start in the discussion more formally. Any additional questions from the commission?
Mr. Strickland.
Mr. Strickland.
And I like the mural.
Thank you.
You know that. The comment that was raised by Carl with regard to the eastward facing screen and the scooter. Would you like to address those?
I agree with both those statements and no issue at all.
It'd be nice to incorporate the scooter in some other way, you know, mounted or elevated.
Absolutely, we might be able to we might be able to do something creative as we get older. Over towards the end there.
Okay, so you agree with those?
Absolutely. I didn't even think about the traffic jam until you just mentioned it. It's a great point. And as long as we sketch that.
Yeah, we can take those
Absolutely.
elements out.
Any issue with us putting that sign is just a no. Or you just rather keep it fine, so no standing truck.
Is that gonna be used as a window for?
That's gonna be an unused window, so just keep it.
It may wind up being your queue at some point, so.
Let's just, you know what, to be honest with you, I don't think that a menu there, as I think out loud, is gonna stop somebody from coming or going around a little, literally 3 feet around the corner, so I'm good with just keeping it, you know, that's it. Thank you.
I think this is a great project, you know, or it's just coming to fruition here on East Fork. It's like an excellent way to enhance that, make it a better.
You know, I just a sidebar for a second. I think East Fork is the best street in Cleveland to have door because it's not I want to say this, and I mean this with all due respect. It is an event. The Gateway is an event-driven area. There's over 5.5 million folks that patrons there because of the events and the concerts and the comedy shows and casinos. And so for us, if you create a door in another street where it has to be a destination, it could eventually be problematic. We're here. Folks are coming down most likely for other reasons and they're joining the street. It's just a byproduct of an existing experience. So I think we are really shot at doing something very special on the street with NLN at the front. So.
Mr. Duke, let's hand up.
Go ahead, Mr. Julick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is really, and I think it functions especially well to relieve, ameliorate the very. There's just outlining very properties safely. Only question I would have other than the comments from the designers and committee, which I would agree with for the screens. It's those two planners. I'm imagining how popular this is going to be. I'm imagining all the people on East Fork and this being that with refuge. And they're kind of low and they feel like I might be walking along and not even, you know, so I just want you to the applicant, through the chair, address how you see those functioning vis-a-vis this kind of layering. Access to obviously the separation of the bar is something you've very hard on. I commend you for doing that because it's a really important issue as these things start to proliferate. But where do those fit? I almost think the scooter could serve that same kind of purpose where the planners are and be there. And people are going to sit on the scooter and pose for photos. Just saying, right? That's the idea. And I think it being out of the right of way is really important. But I'm not sure if those planners feel a little vestigial or like they don't quite fit with the overall theme to be very active and permeable space. That's my main comment. Other than that, I like a lot of things about this. I think it's going to be a fun destination for a real variety of people to be able to use the street. It's nice.
I think in the rendering, they might be looking a little shorter than intended. I think cars can still come down the street and.
Only emergency vehicles.
Okay,
So
so we are gonna bollard them off, earlier.
there will be a barricade at either side of the street, so the only way cars will come onto East Fourth Street from Prospect is if it's an emergency vehicle.
Because we did have it as keeping a little bit of a separation and then introducing some greenery. We can certainly study the height, looking at maybe something that would be a little more legible.
I like the idea of incorporating scooter that. It makes it part of the park, but I think it's mostly where people are gonna leave their used door cups. So that'd be my concern.
Trash can next to that.
Yeah, so I think that was my other comment would be, how this space in terms of the way it generates dovetails with the overall, whatever the trash management plan is for the entire door, because that happened. And so I pretty love Spirit. It's really, I would see it on your property, and it does create that kind of separation. And you don't need to bother. This is truly a bit. So I would probably recommend exploring that and thinking in great detail about how people move from the street to this space. What is that threshold of the experience? I can picture the scooter there without the planet. So absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick. I agree with the comments that have been made. I think I'm very much in support of this project. I think it is a great repurposing of a space that always was a little confusing to me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So overall, I'm in support of this project, and just some of the details that have been brought up is I'm still, and maybe I just couldn't hear it online, is are you encouraging people to use that opening to the right or on the north side of that ice cream sign to get from the park to the valet station?
Yes.
Okay, just knowing the seasonality of, and my second question before I continue on is, will this be open year round, or is this going to be more seasonal and only open, 3 seasons of the 4? Like, will it be open in winter?
So that's a good, Madam Chair, that's a great question. We are going to push this as much as we can. I'll give you an example. We have an outdoor seasonal venue in Willoughby called The Yard, and we've never been open for the holiday season. This year we just did a outdoor Christmas bar, and people are packing it in, drinking outside in the freezing cold, and enjoying themselves. So I think with the Cavs games and such, we got to sort of play it by ear. As long as it's we're Clevelanders, we sit outside a lot. So, but I do feel, and I've said this for a minute now, a few years, that there's no on any sport there's 0 dessert options, standalone dessert options. So if you go to dinner at Cordelia or Saigon, there's no place for you to dessert after. So the ice cream spot, and I love ice cream, and I'll eat ice cream if it's a foot of snow outside or it's sunny and 90. So I think us pushing the ice cream component and the dessert component as far as we can into the season is going to be important for us too.
I think that is. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just can't see you on the screen. So I've completed. Finish your thought if you're not done.
No, it's all good. Thank you. I was finished. Thank you.
Okay. The only comment that I would have then is that I like how you terminated the decorative concrete and the ice cream sign and where it is, but I do feel like knowing the seasonality of or the fickleness is the best way to say it, of our weather, I would encourage you to extend the pavement to that sidewalk to the right or on the north side, and or for ADA accessibility to the left to your restroom, so that in any weather, you know, you do have that ability to shovel and allow, you know, safe foot traffic, you know, from, you know, the valet across this area to East 4th Street. So I don't think it has to be the decorative. It could be more of a traditional concrete there. I think even a 3-foot wide sidewalk would, you know, just help connect those two areas and, you know, address any weather, you know, related circulation that has to happen across the property. Some secondary signage, you mentioned that to the valet, I think would be good to, you know, incorporate, even if it was just a discrete hanging sign below your truss area that says valet, that people, you know, visitors to the area can distinguish where that, you know, opening to the valet is, would be helpful for orientation. I don't think it has to be internally illuminated. It could just be bar mounted, you know, signage, but I think that would help the overall circulation and also the composition there. I do like the Mr. Dulick's idea of relocating, well, the requirement to relocate that the Vespa, but incorporating on the property and let it be that fun sort of art, you know, on the street. But also do like the comment of wanting some greenery in this area, because I think that's one of the assets of East 4th is how lush it is and how different it is from, you know, other areas of the city. But overall, I think this is a great proposal and really appreciate all the thoughtfulness. And I'm in support of the project. Other questions and comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the comments, my fellow commissioners. It sounds like a fun proposal. I think ice cream is, who can argue with ice cream? You know, I think it's a great idea. I do agree with staff. I think the eastern facing LED or the screen should be eliminated and stick with the north facing screens. I recall all the discussion on that second floor LED project for the Sincere building, and I think we need to show some consistency here. Does this proposal include approving the signage?
Yes, yeah. We're reviewing the changes to the building, the construction of the new building in the rear, and the side missions.
All right, thank you. And my last question is, you know, East 4th is a very active street. It's also a residential street. I just want to make sure that any, you know, additional, basically noise has been addressed, and that, you know, the residents are aware of this, that they are supportive of this. I just want to make sure that, you know, that there's not something being imposed upon, you know, the northmost building doesn't seem to have any windows, but I noticed there's the building adjacent to that dugout area does have some windows. So I just wanted to make sure that that has been introduced and discussed with the people in the building there. Thank you.
I can answer that. So all of our residents, all the residents in the buildings, when they move in, they sign something called an urban living addendum. which simply acknowledges the fact that you're living in an entertainment district, that you're living in an area of urban vibrancy, and that there's going to be noise that's going to separate and distinguish it from, say, living out in Shaker Heights or in a suburb. And generally speaking, our residents actually choose to live on 4th Street to be a part of that. So on the flip side, there will be hours of operation. There will be set standard for when we'll be operating the bar and the ice cream place. And so just like anything else on the street, whether it's a lively patio or a Cavs victory parade, it's all kind of becomes part and parcel of the urban living context, and our residents are very aware of it.
I just have one thing.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Is there a comment?
Madam Chair, I have one more thing that I'd like to ask. The lights that are above that walkway, how are those going to be incorporated? Are those actually going to be strung across and electric coming through, and how is that going to be addressed?
So there's existing Kidmary lighting, so there's existing cords that are already there and going across. So we're gonna reuse those with a perpendicular connection.
The one thing that for me personally, and I'll continue to say that I think that East 4th as a whole is dimly lit at night, you know, and if you have been to our slice shop on Prospect, I lit that thing up like it was on Christmas Eve because I want people to feel safe. I think if it's lit well and it's bright and it's clean, it's safe. Again, we also want to be sensitive to the residents here, so it's not going to look like a stadium, but it's going to be more lit than the actual East 4th is now. Same with Joe Lee's when you're in front of you guys as well. I think it needs to be a little bit more nights, a little bit more light equals safety, something like that.
Will the lights then be dimmed?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I wanted to jump in there. Those stadium lights, most of them are faux, some of them are functional, but they will absolutely fit on that. That's like a move too.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking more like if people are ready to go.
No, 100%.
You know, you don't have that.
And we're working to where we can have it where it's shining down, so we're working through that now.
That alley in between ballet coming from Sugar Road.
On the other side, on the back.
I have a question. I really support intake when we go visit other cities. See this in the cities in Bush, Cleveland, and I think more modern and entertainment outside. And it's just astonishing to see that we don't have this like we wish we would. And to say at least why we don't, and now we're getting it. So I support it and also support the commissioner's expertise, detail to see what else needs to be adjusted and what else needs to be done. You know, so I just have another question about the lighting for what my commissioner just asked. Is there, you know, is there a certain time frame that this would be, like the time frame would be closed, maybe like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, the standard time when you know, last call for alcohol. So you know, time frame, you know, lights will be turned off due to the question of residents dealing with the bright light coming through their window. We said that was already have a sign urban living addendum for that area. So what is the time frame that all this will be shut down?
Yes, ma'am, it's a great question, and thank you for the compliments. If I put my hospitality hat back on for a second, I think the world post-COVID has changed. No one's really drinking at 2 o'clock in the morning anymore. So especially downtown, and we know that this is an event-driven street, so if the Cavs games at, ends starts at 11, we'll probably be open latest at 1 o'clock in the morning, but if it's at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, Guardians game will probably close at 11. Just it all varies on events, but I mean, at least if Joe needs to, we're not pushing past 1 o'clock in the morning. It's just nothing that happens after that. It just becomes a liability. It's not worth it, so great question.
Are any restaurants open later?
Then past 1.
Yeah.
I think the only one, and again, don't quote me on this, but I think the only one that might be open at least is one bar.
I'm just curious to know, like, if people are going to be walking through that space at that time, because there's the protection of residents, but there's also the safety of the pedestrians.
Yeah.
So maybe is there like a lower light that allows it, allows pedestrians to be safe, but doesn't necessarily protect the residents?
That's a really clear.
Yeah, well, I think that what's great about LED is that we can do a more sophisticated schedule, so we can have like a full blast time, and then we can do later night but safe time, and have maybe 3 different schedules or something. A good lighting control set.
Staff is happy to review a final lighting or time plan. With the applicants.
I would recommend our conditions.
Does
Go ahead.
the door end at like 2 a.m. or these doors?
Yeah.
So I think the door has specific times that it operates, so you can't have alcohol all the time.
That's right. There are hours for the door operation. In terms of lighting, the lights that go over the street, I believe those are lit continuously as well. So it would be consistent to have there be some kind of pedestrian scale lighting in the park. And so, like I said, we could come back to staff with a lighting schedule and plan. And then to Sarah's point too, there'll be celebratory activation light and then pedestrian access light. We also we're very cognizant of the moment that you pass the ice cream place to get out to the valet retrieval area, and that will be lit up as well.
And probably raise a very good point is that patrons of the Door District have to buy alcohol in a liquor license facility inside the, so you can't 6-pack of beer or seltzer on the street. Which the beer open container, you would think that too, so.
So I think of any motion that is made, we can address the lighting through submitting a lighting schedule to be reviewed and approved by staff. Other questions and comments from the commission? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll attempt to make a motion.
All right.
On the sidewalk, but recommendation for approval with the conditions that the scooter be removed from the sidewalk and potentially relocated in the area where the current planters are, and removing the planters to allow room for the scooter. Also, coming back with a lighting plan for pedestrians, pedestrian safety. Removal of the screen on East 4th, and then this is the one that I'm making a little assistance with, is the extension of the sidewalk to allow for snow removal. Was there anything that I missed? Is it? Okay. To the pedestrian, yes.
Right. So we have a motion. I'm sorry, I fully understand the conversation in the room. Do we have a second to that captured all of the items that I had noted? So we have a motion with conditions. Do we have a second?
I will second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
Not just for the discussion, I just wanted to mind what you said earlier about the ADA accessible. And,
Correct. The pavement extension to connect the valet to the paving would address that, and or the restrooms. So extending the pavement to connect the walkways.
And just to note, the turf is an accessible rated product as well. So we do intend to have full accessibility, and only
increase the accessibility to the site.
But it's, I mean, it's a very good idea from a shoveling standpoint. Yeah. From a safety standpoint. It's not a.
Yeah, we can turn it on.
Any other discussion? Great. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dillon? Yes. Director Fields?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trump?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Exciting.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Is this the first one to pass unanimously? What, no abstention or something? Good. Thank you so much. I'm sure I'll see you for the holidays again, but. Thank you.
Access rights to the human rights.
So that concludes our certificates of appropriateness. We will now move on to our concept schematic plan review. We'd like to welcome our applicants and to introduce yourself and tell us about your project. The project is located at 3813 Euclid Avenue, Children's Museum of Cleveland's addition.
Great, awesome. Hello, everybody. My name is Caitlin Bonneke. I'm a designer at AODK over in Lakewood. I think I'm joined virtually by Maria Campanelli, the executive director of the Children's Museum, and maybe John Swidrak, which is the architect of the project. I think. May or may not be there. So I will say with this project, we've met with Landmark staff, and then we were obviously at the advisory board's review 2 weeks ago. So we're just looking to get your feedback on our general approach and our strategy for this connector addition. So first thing, I'm sure you all are familiar with the Children's Museum. It's a pretty prominent building here in Cleveland, located in Midtown. You could see that obviously it's pretty much embedded in several neighborhoods on the east side. Zooming in a little bit on the context, the Children's Museum spans between Euclid Avenue and Chester, with Euclid Avenue obviously being that money shot that everyone takes pictures of. But there is a lot of traffic on Chester that we're trying to capture some of their attention, but not a lot of their attention, just to say, hey, this building's here, it's special, there's a museum inside. So just keep that in mind. I want to draw attention to the, I wish I could point, but the left uppermost corner is what we're going to be calling the Squashport wing. It's currently inaccessible to the public. It's mothballed due to the nature of the building. It's the historic mansion, then there's annex, and there's addition, and then the Squashport wing. So there's a lot of different level changes that make it just difficult enough to get people into that space and make it accessible. So that's why it's been mothballed for a good while. So that's one of the issues that we're looking to address with this connector addition, is that accessibility into that Squashport area, so that the museum has more space to grow. They can, reach more children, but also allow the public to access the full, span of the museum. Currently, I also want to point out that the museum hosts school groups from schools all over the Cleveland area, as well as party groups for birthday parties. Currently, if there's a school group, they come in off Chester, and then on the far right of the site, there's a one-lane drive. That makes it a little tricky when you're trying to find parking if you're coming in from the Euclid side. Students are dropped off there, where there's then stairs that go down into the lower level of the annex building, which is where the big playground is. So if there's any child that has a mobility issue or, needs assistance with that, the bus will then have to drive all the way to the front. The child will be brought through the museum, down the elevator, and then out into the rest of the play space with their classmates. So they've already lost that valuable time spending time in the museum. So trying to solve some of those accessibility issues just due to the nature of the building. And then currently the museum's elevator is rather small and located like dead center in the historic mansion. So we would be looking to add a large capacity elevator that will also limit its visual impact on the exterior, which obviously is why we're here. So those are kind of the two goals to keep in mind: accessibility, addressing that, and then adding the elevator. Right now, pretty much all guests except the school groups, which I mentioned going kind of to the side, come through the front door, and that will not change with this connector addition. There is no back door entrance other than for event caterers, if there's an event in the space, or staff. So the front door is highlighted by the solid pink triangle. Where we're looking at putting the connector is kind of in that corner between the squash court wing and the existing annex, where there's an existing terrace that is also not used right now due to safety concerns. Obviously, oversight of kids is the biggest priority. So, general site context. Oh, back one. Want to go over kind of just what's going on in the building. Everyone's probably seen the front entry from Euclid Avenue. I want to point out, let me go back one more. Okay, you see where the driveway ends against the left side of the building. There's currently a dumpster enclosure there, as well as a board-on-board fence hiding the cooling tower. So this is the service utility wing of the building. This is where we're looking to put the elevator. So wanted to show in context what that utility corner looks like. In the top left photo, you can see that you don't really see it. So that's one thing we wanted to make note of. And then as you approach it in the bottom left photo, you could see the board-on-board fence that's hiding the existing HVAC equipment. And then in the back, you could see the low shed and then the dumpster enclosure that services the museum. There are large windows in the top right photo that you could see that kind of looks at the dumpster enclosure. At the ground floor, they're frosted, so you can't see out them anyway. And it's, obviously a very tall space. And then just showing some general context of that storage shed in the center bottom photo. And then on the right, what you would see from the sidewalk looking at that utility corner. All right, on the Chester side, you see this facade if you're basically driving from the east side to downtown. Otherwise, if you're driving the other way, you have to look behind you, which isn't a great idea. So you can see there's a lot of architectural character in this back portion, especially in this corner that we're looking to add the connector piece. There's the arched windows, the catwalk, balcony piece on the second floor, the carriage house, which has the dormers. But if you look in the top right photo, you can see the complexity of the level issue that we're having. So the parking lot is at, let's say 0. The terrace is up, I think, 6 feet from that. And then there's also a basement. So then you go back down and then you also have to go back up. And those doors, the door to the carriage home, which is part of the squash court wing, is 2 stairs up from that level. So there's a lot of very subtle level changes that I mentioned make the space inaccessible. Oh, so one more thing to mention on this facade. On the lower right corner, we have a photo of the existing stair tower connection, which is on the opposite end of the building that will look to do the connector addition. So you can see that there is precedent for some sort of connector. However well done it was might be a different question. So just wanted to point out that this end of the building is connected, while this end of the building that we're looking is currently not. This thing is very sensitive, this button. So
and there's some lead. So
okay. It's like me too. Eager. So this is our existing site plan, and we've highlighted the 2 areas in which we're looking to do work. So we're looking to demo a portion of the rear terrace and those exterior stairs that are changing levels all over the place, as well as the storage shed and dumpster enclosure that faces Euclid, but it's way far back off into that service utility corner. So essentially we'd be replacing what we've demolished. So in the rear, which we're calling the rear connector, would simply be like an atrium space with a staircase that will allow the museum staff to funnel large groups of children up into the squash court wing, which would have birthday rooms or school group rooms. And that effectively makes it really easy for the kids to go from the playground back to their birthday room, back and forth throughout the day, and makes that easier for staff as well. We're looking at placing the elevator in that storage corner, along with some additional service spaces like storage, an egress corridor, and actually a restroom that would face the exterior to service the front lawn. And we could talk about, I have 4 pins in here we could talk about. I will mention that we had studied the placement of the elevator on the Chester side. And, you know, we had conversations with landmark staff as well as the design review advisory committee, and decided to move forward with this placement in this service corner because, as you saw in the photos, there's a lot of architectural detailing on the rear of the building, and adding an elevator there significantly complicates that and will cover up a lot of that detail. Placing it in this front corner, it's hidden from the public both as you approach from the Chester side and from Euclid. It's very far set back. We have some massing to illustrate what we're thinking. I'm going to go through some general floor plans. So this is the lowest level where you would enter off the parking lot. This door is emergency egress only. It will not be a front door, an entry for anybody, you know, other than if people have to get out in a hurry. So we're looking at placing the elevator in the bottom left corner and providing additional storage and mechanical space. The squash court wing, you can see kind of boxed out in gray, will remain as it is with the school rooms going into that lower level. So logistically, school buses would come up on Chester, basically let all the kids out on Chester. They would come through a gate on the property and funnel right into the school room rather than having to be brought up the side, maybe even brought up to the front if there's a mobility issue. So the students are on and off the bus very efficiently in this plan. If we go up a level, this is where we've tried to mitigate all of those different level changes. So Venture City is the playground and the kind of main feature of the museum. So the atrium piece would be off of that directly, and you would go down to that lower level we just looked at, or up to the party room level, which would be 4 feet above that. We're looking at leveling the floors in what is now the reading room, which is this kind of skinny piece right in the center. That's now split to be on level with Adventure City to the south, where it says lobby, and then on level with the party rooms where it says landing. So essentially, instead of 5 level changes, well, 2, and trying to mitigate that with a half stop in the elevator so that the school groups can go into the elevator up at 4 feet or whatever, 60 to Adventure City, or up again to the party rooms, and connecting the rest of the way up to the office space and potentially future event space. You could see also in the service wing, we are replacing the storage shed with a new storage piece, as well as that restroom that I mentioned that would service only the lawn. And that would be secured after hours. It's mainly just to make sure parents who are potty training their kids don't have to like run into the museum and figure out where the restrooms are. And even if they're not attending the museum, they can use this if their kids are playing out on the front lawn. We're also looking to replace the dumpster enclosure with something smaller and potentially more aesthetic than a board-on-board fence. So that's something that we're also looking at exploring. And just for context too, just want to show how that elevator would situate on the upper levels of that annex. So it would open directly out into an elevator lobby and then out again into the office or event space. The rest of the roof for that storage piece would be kept low, roughly on level with where that shed starts to pitch downward now. So not much will change with the massing on that piece. This is the existing section. So you can see the different level changes that we're trying to address with our proposal. And then this is what the section would look like with the connector and the elevator added. So you can see the elevator lobby at the annex ground floor, which is Adventure City, and then this washboard level. So we're looking to utilize the existing character and arched openings of the carriage house as doorways. So the guests, the kids would be passing through the building in a new and different way. One of them's already a door, but trying to activate that space a little bit and allow students to interact with history a little bit differently, but also solving all of their accessibility problems and making that space usable. So this is the elevator service addition 3D massing. So we thought of this as just another chimney. There's a lot of chimneys on this building, and you can see several of them right here. So we wanted this to feel not very imposing, obviously, on the existing structure and the important sightline from Euclid Avenue. So we're thinking of painting this to blend in with the building, so it would essentially disappear. It would be obviously an addition. There's several additions to this building already, and tried to obviously be more contemporary and service oriented, just to fit with this corner in general. It's purely functional, and we had a comment about the height of the elevator tower. Right now we have it hitting roughly at the point of the roof. So there was questions of, could that be slightly lower or slightly taller? So that will depend on our elevator model, but that's something that we'll be studying, as well as the attachment of how it attaches to the building. Does it like recess in a little bit so it kind of feels like it's floating off a little bit? That's a comment that we got a couple weeks ago. So that's an area of further study that we're going to be looking at. You can see that we've demolished the large windows that are on this space, but we still have room on either side to put large windows for additional light around this elevator. And as for the rear piece, just wanted to show a few inspiration images of what we're thinking. Being mindful that it's a really cool old building, but also a children's museum. We wanted this to be both respectful and fun. So in the top right, this is one of the images that the Children's Museum staff responded well to. It's kind of that greenhouse moment, right, where you can look up and see the character of the existing building while still being inside and still having that kind of like juxtaposition of the old and new. We also thought about, that rear facade on Chester has a lot of archways. Do we play on the arch? Do we add color? Do we add a pop of color on the staircase itself, like in that bottom central image? And I included a photo of the exterior of the building on a nice day to show the museum teal, which is their accent color that they've been using, where we could kind of tie some of that color into the rear connector as well. So I want to reiterate, this is very preliminary. We kind of we're trying to think of ways to both mitigate the catwalk and balcony, the arch conditions, and then also not wanting this piece to feel like an entry. So that's why we looked at a more solid base along the parking lot, because they do have people now going up on the terrace and knocking on the windows thinking they could get in. And again, people are going to have to go to the front door. So with this version, we looked at doing the glass roof. It'd be slightly sloped to drain water, obviously, but you'd be able to see up underneath the catwalk and up towards the existing building and up towards the dormers on the carriage house. Again, the door on the lowest level would be emergency exit only. And we played on the arches and basically kind of brought them to the front and added the color and glass to kind of give people a hint that something is going on back there, and you could still see through it as you kind of drive by towards downtown, but trying to make it both contemporary and contextual, just because there's a lot going on in the space. You can see in the top of this image the elevator poking up off the top. I could go back to the photo I took from the parking lot, but you will not see much, if any, of that elevator tower from the rear of the building or from the front, just because of the sheer distance. So that is the biggest reason why we placed in that corner, just to keep it out of sight and keep it purely service oriented. So thank you for your time. And then if you need me to go back to any slide, just feel free to let me know.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to, before we get into comments, we'll move to Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This went before the Greater Downtown Historic Design Review Advisory Committee as a schematic review on December 4th. So just last week. I think the applicant's done a good job kind of summarizing those comments. There was, I think, agreement from everyone that the location of the two additions was, the right spot, like those are in the right location. So it's just going to come down to a matter of how those get executed. And there was, some different thoughts and opinions shared. The challenge of making, that rear connector welcoming, but not look like an entrance. I think that's going to be the biggest challenge. But generally, yeah, they were supportive of the location, scale, massings, that sort of thing, and looking forward to seeing the details of those figured out.
And Landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As noted, and our applicant Caitlin noted, there's been a few different ideas of where to locate the different changes, and when staff met with the applicant in the Children's Museum initially, we kind of worked through the different possibilities of locations, and the one that's proposed was the one that seemed to make the most sense for the use for the museum, as well as architecturally to hide that elevator addition. Even though it is on the Euclid side, it's in that back corner on an addition, or the annex, in addition to the original building. And so we're kind of happy to see that the locations seem to be working out. We're looking forward to seeing that evolves. That rear addition on the connector is going to be very interesting, because that's going to be what the school kids are going to be seeing when they first come through. So the bus is going to come off from Chester. And so having it be contemporary and interesting and bright and a pop of color while also fitting in with the style of the building can really impact the, point of view the kids would have coming into the museum, because it's a very exciting space, it's an exciting building, and to add that little bit of interest of that when they first come in can help get them more excited to come into the museum, rather than going in through a back door. And so staff is looking forward to it as it evolves.
All right, thank you for that summary. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. I'm going to start us off because I apologize. It's probably because I'm online. I'm not quite understanding where the school kids will enter. I see the emergency exit only. I thought I understood, but where? Oh, okay. Got it. That door.
Yeah, so school kids would be dropped off along Chester, and they can be funneled in through that door with the canopy, which is an existing door. There's a staircase down there that would then bring them upstairs to the party rooms, if they're a party group or whatever, or placed in one of those rooms. There is the possibility of using the emergency exit door. However, with talking with the museum, they're looking at using that existing canopy door as their main entrance for students, just because they won't have to walk this far.
And then anyone who needs assistance or the elevator would continue on and enter in that emergency exit to use the elevator.
They could go into that door with the canopy and just walk down the hallway to the elevator. It's a little bit of a more meandering journey, but it will be accessible from that hallway.
Got it. Okay, that helps me. Sorry, I wasn't following that comment, but that clarifies it, so thank you. I mean, overall, I think this is a really sensitive intervention, trying to work with all the different conditions you have. I do, I have no issues with the two locations of the elevator and the new addition. I do agree, maybe playing with the height a little bit like you are showing to, would be helpful so that it's has either is dominant over the existing building or is reduced down a little bit, but understands the elevator will determine what options you have. And I do like staff's comment. I think the colored glass on that entry point would be interesting, although it's not really the entry point that they're going to, or perspective that they're going to get, because they're entering in to that door there into the existing building. So I think providing some playfulness here, though, is appropriate based on its use. So I look forward to seeing how you incorporate those details into the overall design. And overall, I'm in support of the design. Other questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, Mr. Duke is listening.
Yes, Mr. Dula?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to be, yes. I'd like to better understand how that elevator works. It's much for our application is maybe walk through the plans of that entry level, how you get to the elevator, how you get to that half stop, if I'm understanding correctly, and then to the next half stop. So it's like a split level.
Yeah.
elevator.
So, I can flip that. Start with the plan, that might be the easiest. So, this is all on one level. So you come in from the existing building or from the exterior, we're using that emergency exit door. And you're walking past the stairwell that goes right up to the next level and back into the site, the service corner. So the reason we have a special elevator in this case where it's front and side opening rather than two sides or front and rear, which apparently can be done. So that's good. You would come in from that front and then go up a level or a half level to where it says lobby, and then you would get off and be on level with the playground at Adventure City. That white opening there, right now there's a staircase there that goes up to the existing reading room, so that would be taken out and the floor would be leveled. From there, you get back on the elevator and go up 4 feet to that next half stop where it says landing. So then that would be on level with the rest of the space, including the service kind of wing, the party rooms, and then the upper landing of the atrium. So then that staircase that's shown there would go from Adventure City. It's existing, but we would have to add 2 risers to get up to this level. So then there'd be easy access there as well, up to the elevator. And then you could take the elevator up again to the office, staff to go up to their office space.
Okay, I guess that's part of my question. So this serves basically
Yes.
on the floor.
It connects this entire wing of the building. Whereas the other elevator is both smaller and doesn't service all of the floors that it interacts with just because of the nature of the additions. So this would solve staff access to Adventure City quick, easy, and fast, as well as to and from storage areas, and then to the party and school rooms.
Okay. Clarifying things. Thank you. I definitely support this. I think it's very thoughtfully done, especially in regards to how complex and it's very is. The old Lakewood Library had one of those. Some of you may remember that. It was a feature that's not retained. The renovations like this. I think architecturally, the notion as suggested by the designer using it, letting it be that distinct element, it's really more about the form of the elevator or even a little bit of glass. Might be kind of a nice way to let this be a very utilitarian freestanding tower. But I think how the tower touches the positioning seems really, really thoughtful within the mass. Exactly the connection And as much like what that experience is like from the inside too, even if it's not vision glass or something, that little notion of a little slot of lights that you experience when you move from the elevator to, I think because of that sort of double perpendicular grading. But other than that, I think that it'll be really exciting to see how you handle this kind of billboard. Is going to be one whether it's going to be one. How you handle that billboard, it's this enticement that doesn't feel like it. I think I'm excited to see you come back, how you develop that. I think the precedents you're looking at are really interesting, really inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick. Other questions and comments from the commission? Not seeing or hearing any. Is that correct? Sorry, I can't see the room.
No hands up here.
Okay. Not seeing or hearing any additional feedback. Do you think you've received enough feedback from the commission to continue the design of your project?
Yeah, I have one question for you.
Yes.
So one of the comments that we received from the advisory committee was about these arched windows on the back. So we're bringing forward basically the shape that's on the existing building out to the front. There was a comment that maybe removing the smaller of the two and making that like more of a signage or graphic mural, something like that might be not so much leaning into the historical character of the building, but making it like a statement or billboard signage, something like that. So I'm just curious if anyone has any thoughts about the using the arch in general, or using one or not the other.
Do both arches exist? It looks like it does through your drawing.
Yeah, so the larger arch is kind of playing off the arched openings, which you can see that line the terrace. The smaller one, there's also a smaller arch set back underneath those rectangular windows. In this case, it will be truncated a little bit just because we have to lift up the floor, but essentially it would be the same size. So yes, they both exist. Yes.
I personally like the arches and bringing the glass to that front facade, extending the what is existing there out, and I personally like that. I would, in a ways, would prefer you to extend actually that smaller arch all the way down to the grounds and then capture or encapsulate that door, so that right now I think that's what's the only thing that's throwing me is I'd like them to match either the height, but I do like having the glass there personally and making that connector feel as light and delicate as it can be. But that's my personal opinion. Others? Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Strikes, I think there's a fun opportunity here, and maybe it's corny, but I kind of like that you'd be extruding that arch. I don't know if maybe to avoid it feeling like an entrance, it becomes a circle. And then I would think the other arch would be something really fun, depending on the materiality. I would almost see like a cramped square opening, so it almost becomes like a piece of a child's shape, sort of thing, something like that. Just to do something really fun, very contemporary, and almost non-architectural, but that echoes that sort of round gesture. It's one way to approach it. I guess I like the idea of those two things being different, one way or another. And I think the bringing to the ground, I understand where Madam Chair is coming from, because that was kind of my gut when I looked at this. I thought, I know this is about right. But maybe to make it something that's clearly a way of letting in light, not an implied entrance, might help to with that goal as you develop. So anyways, I think there's some treating it as a punctured plane, whatever drives those openings to let in the light. And I love the idea that you look up, even from the parking lot, through those openings, through the glass ceiling to the detail is just, I I think that layering is, I think it goes beyond kind of disrespecting the building and actually enhancing the way this building is perceived. So I really applaud.
Sure. I like the arches. So, and, you know, this seems a very complicated issue that you're trying to solve here. I think you've done it incredibly well. And adding, you know, these architectural features, just, it's gonna enhance the solution. And I just think that's a way to solve it.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah. No one said anything. I was like, wait.
Excellent. Well then, with that, I think that concludes our feedback on your proposal, and we look forward to seeing you return with your final solutions.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We'll move on to our last applicant for the schematic review, which is located at 1950 West 25th Street, Ohio City Hotel, new construction.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Dan Whalen. I'm the developer of the project. I've met some of you. It's been a few years since I've been through the process here at the Landmarks, but as a developer, I'm excited to come back through. It's been, 3 or 4 years, and that's a long time to not be doing anything in the neighborhood. So recently, I left Harbor Bay. That was the firm that I was with previously. We developed the Intro project here across the street, next door to the West Side Market. And I started my own firm called Places. And we have an agreement in place, pun intended, to buy existing surface parking lot from Ohio City Incorporated affiliates and to convert that into a freestanding new construction boutique hotel. And so what we're going to do is walk you through this. I also have Amy Haney on the line, our architectural representative from DLR Group. She's all neighborhood street and so a little bit about our company. This is just kind of our ethos. I think again, I take pride in design. I take pride in architecture and placemaking. That's hence the name of the company. I think hopefully you would see that as referenced by the delivery of the project across the street with Intro and the amount of green space that we delivered, the high-end materials, just the scale, the way it presents itself towards the market and those sorts of things. And so in the context of this urban setting and historic district, that's really always top of mind for me as a developer. Go to the next slide. I do apologize too, just the nature of the timing today. I'm probably have only about 15 minutes, but Amy will be able to finish for me if I have to jump. Again, just kind of showing body of work here. This is the intro for those of you who are not familiar, but really proud of that and think it's emblematic of the type of work that I plan to deliver here in the future. Next slide. And you can breeze through these. These are really just content slides. For some reason, the text is not showing up, but here we go. Site location. I think everyone's familiar with the neighborhood and the area, but our site is a surface parking lot. I think it benefits by having this T-shaped appendage that extends out to West 28th Street. This parking lot sits next to Great Lakes Brewing Company, next to a few low-rise 2- and 3-story buildings, and then across from Market Avenue, which almost directly bisects the front end of our site, to which I think we're trying to create a front door experience that aligns with that aligns with future improvements at the West Side Market between the arcade and the Market Hall, and really highlight the 26th Street facade as our front entry point. Go to the next slide. Again, just current zoning. Our site there is dashed in black. It is local retail C3, and as designed and presented, everything about our project fits within the current zoning, except for the use itself. So hotel use is not allowed in Ohio City per the zoning. However, because it is one zoning district away from a district that does allow hotel, we can achieve that through a simple variance for use, which is our plan. And that is actually kind of one of the things that I would like to push forward with here, and the reason that we're kind of coming in at this point with, you know, flexibility in our design for sure, but from the chronology of trying to get the development project going and financed, it's important that we get the use approved, even if there are other variances for things like setbacks and such that come out of the feedback from landmarks. So we would like to pursue the BZA as soon as possible for that purpose. Existing conditions of the site, you can see it's a very pretty surface parking lot with tons of electrical lines and poles and all sorts of things that certainly do not add to the beauty or the historic nature of the district. You can see in the bottom right, there's a trash enclosure that is most of the time not enclosed at all, and trash ends up falling out into the street. And again, just some context of the rear of the site facing 28th Street along McLean Court, which is a 12-foot wide brick road. The sheer amount of electrical poles here is, it creates just not the best environment for pedestrian traffic, as some of this is right in the walking paths. And we plan on burying all these electrical poles and getting rid of the ones that don't need to be there. So there will be a fair bit of electrical work, and all of that is to create the best place we can, both at the street level and aesthetically, for the building that we're going to propose. So go to the next slide. This is our program, approximately. Again, it's still an SD phase, but high level, these numbers will hold. We'll talk about parking a little bit, but generally speaking, we have what right now is an 8-story program, about 105,000 square feet plus one level of parking. There'll be food and beverage in the building, about 130 hotel rooms, some wellness, and some typical event and meeting space. And I'm gonna pass to Amy here, and I may chime in over the next couple minutes before I have to leave. But I do want to say we got really great feedback from the design review committee last week, which I'm sure Dan will read and go over after we're done. But our goal is to really create a building that's interesting, that's intriguing. Yes, that fits into the neighborhood, but also stands out. I think the context of what we're providing with height, scale, massing, those sorts of things fits comfortably within the things that are adjacent, like the United Bank building, the market itself, Intro, some of those more mid-rise type buildings that are filling in between a lot more low-rise stuff. What I do want to say is I think some of the points last week were well taken, in that the base of our building doesn't necessarily feel entirely contextual to what's next door to it on either side. So we're gonna definitely take a look at that. The more contemporary portion of our tower, air quotes tower, the floors 3 through 7 or 8, is something that I think we would probably like to see extended the entire length of the building, and kind of removing some of the stuff that you're seeing on the upper right quadrant of this aerial. So Amy's going to take you through some of that, but I just want you guys to know that there's very much a work in progress. And I had a great conversation with the team last week as they were presenting their comments and feedback, and was actually pleasantly surprised in the way that we were kind of able to come together with some new ideas of how to adjust this. So we'll be equally excited to hear your feedback, and I'll let Amy take it from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Can everyone hear me? Sometimes my AirPods freak out. Thanks. So like Dan said, we are still in SD, and what we're going to be presenting today, I would say, are light renderings of massings. These aren't meant to be taken literally. We haven't picked out any kind of products for the exterior or picked out any colors, but just generally trying to show this kind of juxtaposition between a modern or contemporary look for the room massing, and working in some concrete, which is the structure of the building, along with brick that kind of ties into the historic nature of the surroundings. So we're looking here in our program massing, in any kind of final configuration of the first 2 floors or the first floor, and how it intersects with the streetscape. It is our intention to pull back from the 2-story building that is right next door along Lorraine, whether that's a pool deck or just a 1.5 story space that would be a commercial space. We're still looking into that. And then the corner of Lorraine and West 26th, we do hope to hold a hard corner. We're still going back and forth on whether we pull the facade back and give a little bit more room to the pedestrian, or if we're coming right up to that corner. As Dan mentioned, we are removing all of the, we're not removing, but burying all of the electrical that is on West 26th. And then hopefully one pole that goes west down Lorraine. So that kind of streetscape there will be much more open for pedestrians, and we should be able to have the first floor pour out onto the street. The kind of massing at 5 and 6 is where most of the guest rooms are, and then there will be a rooftop use of some sort, whether it's a lounge or possibly the pool may move up to that roof deck. And then the kind of lobby area is coming off of West 26th, that you get that kind of direct access down Market Avenue, looking right at that entrance. And then along Lorraine would be sort of the secondary entrance and the kind of more public use entrance for the hotel. You can go to the next page. Here's something that's really more for zoning, as Dan pointed out. We do need to get a variance for the use, since it is not within the current zoning for this area. But we just wanted to show that we are complying with all of the setback requirements here, and also within the height requirements as well. Next page. And again, just to show you where our rooftops are landing, the top is at about 98 feet, which I think is about 20 feet below intro, if I'm not mistaken. Dan probably has that a little bit better memorized, or might be on the next page. We can go to the next page here. Here's some materials that we're looking at with our landscaping plan. I think the rendered plan might be next with some more context. We can flip to the next page. There's some plantings around there, and I just do want to point out that our massing renderings don't include the trees in the exact right spaces, but these are the types of materials that we are going with. Just to give you an idea of the pavement around the ground floor plane and some pedestrian amenities. Next page. And here you go on a programming plan of the first floor. The bottom of the page is looking east down Market. That is where the lobby is. To the right, we have some of the administration for the hotel with the elevators. To the left along Lorraine, we have kind of that secondary lobby entrance and a commercial space. Coming from the comments last week, I think that we are probably going to make that space 1.5 stories to 2, and possibly move the pool to the rooftop. So we'll see where that goes. But there is a large bike storage area that will stay in that corner. And then bike racks out in front of it, I believe also on.
I'd like to add a little bit of context just to the way that we laid this building out on the site plan here. The appendage I mentioned that kind of goes off plan north, that's cut off the page, it extends out to West 28th Street and really sets up the building to function from an ideal standpoint as it pertains to loading and trash and recycling and sort of services to come off of 28th Street, which is the quadrant between Lorraine and Bridge on 28th. It's almost used exclusively for loading for Great Lakes Brewing and for Dave's Supermarket. And so we feel that having that access from back there to drive all of that more service-driven traffic to the rear is ideal. It allows us to create a two-sided pedestrian exposure that really has almost no vehicular interruption, but for the valet lane, which we think is important to have. The West 26th Street existing conditions are already pretty narrow, and I think that sets up really well for a safe and comfortable pedestrian experience, especially as we try to tie in our entrance across from Market Avenue. And I think there's even things that we're going to talk about and look at that help further kind of enhance that pedestrian feel with some more pavers and distinct types of decisions that we're talking about for hardscape that really try to seamlessly integrate with what's already existing in Market Avenue. But you can kind of see all the stuff in gray is quote unquote back of house, and it's pretty much limited to the sides of the building that no one sees or interacts with from the street.
Dan, I was hoping you would pipe in because next is parking, and I didn't know if you want to look into or provide some background on your recent conversations.
Yeah, so we don't necessarily have any decisions yet. I know that last week, and once we get to the renderings, which they're more elevations than they are true photorealistic renderings, but you'll see kind of the second floor where this parking garage is shown is still sort of to be determined how we screen it. As it pertains to parking in general, for the city's new transportation demand management scorecard, we exceed the highest level, and so parking won't be required at all by us achieving a score that is much higher than what we would need to eliminate parking. That said, practically speaking, parking is always one of the main hot topics here in Ohio City. The ideal outcome would be that we find a parking solution that can eliminate this level entirely, or we're trying to figure out if that's possible, both from just a practicality utilization standpoint and from an investment standpoint, if we can convince both banks and investors to lean into a lighter amount of parking on the site. And so that's a work in progress. We're figuring that out, but we do intend on having a more detailed discussion on how to screen this parking level and how to treat it architecturally if it does remain in this current state. We entertain the idea of trying to go below grade with it. That just creates all sorts of complexities and cost implications that we just can't handle and cannot bear here because it's such a tight site that abuts other buildings and tight streets. And so our surveys show that there's a bunch of old caved-in basements from previous 3- and 4-story buildings that exist on this site over the past 100 years. And it's just a very, very challenging site to try to do anything subsurface with, which is why you see this happening on the second floor at the moment. So just want to provide that context.
And yeah, the ramp is coming up from the service kind of street, which is West 28th, and goes straight up in there into a speed ramp situation. So this is the what I'll call the amenity floor. We are planning for a bar, co-working space, meeting space in orange on the west there. And then this pink area is a sort of wellness spa that would have plunge pools along with a fitness center. And then the gray here is still a kind of secondary restaurant to serve the pool and bar, and then also the meeting space. The pool deck does have a kind of covered area on the left that you can see from Lorraine. Really liked how that turned out architecturally and think that it would be used in all seasons and keep that kind of second story very active from the street. Or sorry, that is a third story if it's over the parking. Next page. This is a typical guest room layout. It does kind of go west a little bit on the northern side of the building, and then that's where you're getting that kind of larger, more solid mass in the renderings, and then this thin bar going out towards Lorraine. Next page. I think these are just the typicals, so you can see how we're arranging the guest rooms. And then when we get to the top floor of the suites, we do have a couple of larger suites. And then at the top floor, we are planning for another bar and smaller restaurant, and then a roof deck that we're showing covered in some way. We are obviously still playing with what that covering is. And then on the very top roof, we are planning on some solar panels, which we'll see in some of our massing.
Do you mind if I just jump in here on this architectural imagery page? So what we're about to show you here and what is in the kind of axon views and the sort of elevations to follow is still being explored. I think these are really good contextual images in terms of some of the coursing and some of the approach to masonry that we want to see on the building. Whether it carries itself all the way up certain portions of the tower or not is still to be determined. I think what's going to end up happening is going to probably just end up being a stronger base and more likely a contemporary tower portion, as I alluded to before. And really, what I think the inspiration stems from, my direction to the architectural team, is not every building can be iconic, but they can be interesting. They can be buildings that, and they should be, especially in a historic district, that spur conversation, that evoke emotion, and some of the greatest architecture, in my opinion, that I've seen in of late happens in these sort of market districts across the country. So like the meatpacking district of New York City, where you have old buildings and brand new ones, and there's every sort of architecture that you could imagine, kind of weaving in and out of one another. The same with the Fulton Market District in Chicago. You get old and new right next to each other, sometimes in the same product, sometimes in the same building. And so really, I think what we're trying to do is get to the root of what materiality we want to use, and try to be contextual, but also try to be our own thing, try to be a building that in some ways stands out. And so that's kind of where we're headed with this, and I'll let Amy go from here. And I do apologize, I'll have to jump off in about 2 minutes, but thank you for everyone's time. I look forward to the feedback, and I will we'll definitely be back through to adjust these as we go.
Thanks, Dan. Dan did kind of start talking about the kind of branding vision for the hotel and for the project as a whole, and mentioned old and new, and really where we're going for the branding of the Ohio City Hotel is really a duality and a juxtaposition in attitudes and aesthetics. We're talking a lot about old and new, about gritty and refined, about being an underdog, but also having a lot of confidence and working hard, but also being able to play very hard, which is really the vibe of Ohio City. So that's kind of what we're trying to express in the architecture. So we have this kind of more refined and contemporary composition of the hotel guest rooms that we're trying to bring down to the base here, but maybe not so successful yet with this kind of base that we have not quite rendered out yet. But how do you have this intersection and weaving of materials, this masonry and metal panels, and then this kind of rigid composition blending in with more of a random composition. So top left here, you're seeing the view from the southeast, looking kind of towards St. Ignatius. And then the bottom one is from the southwest, looking northeast. And then the top right is the view from Market Street. So we are planning on coming back again for another schematic design review. We have lots of great comments from design review, and I'm sure we'll get some today. But we will be planning on bringing in a few that are zoomed out more so you can see the context of what you're seeing down Market Ave. It is a very, very important kind of visual corridor for us, but that will be the main entrance for the hotel and the valet drop-off area. And go to the next page. A little more context from the ground. It is an 8-story building, but we are trying to pull back a little bit along Lorraine so that it doesn't seem so imposing, and we do have some step backs. And then you can see on the left side there, we are going down to more of the height of the neighboring buildings so that the kind of taller portion of the building isn't right up next to them. And then bottom right, you can see a further view down Lorraine. And the next time we come back, we will be adding the context to those buildings. But this is just more to give you an idea of how much the massing will pop up over the context. And then you can see here how we're starting to weave this kind of masonry idea with the more contemporary metal panels and not so rigid composition of the windows. And go to the next page. There's some design inspiration for the interior of the hotel, so hopefully we can start to bring that out more a little in our next iteration. A lot of kind of refined palette that is intermixing with some very raw materials and concrete, wood, and brick. Can go to the next page. Some elevations just for your reference, so we can go back here to see how tall things are and the kind of stepping up of the massing. There is a lot of rigidness, as Dan mentioned, on the right-hand side that we think will probably be a little more refined and maybe not so massive, I think, in our next go around. We're playing with how we bring it down to the pedestrian level more, because that might be a little bit more successful. Next page. Just a close up of the rendering then. Sorry, the rendered elevation. And then here's our section, and it'll show you a little bit how the pool is working. And then you can see how the ramp is coming up to the second floor for the parking. That is it. I'm looking forward to your comments.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We'll move on first to Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This did go before the Historic Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee at their December 5th meeting. Based on, I guess, the number of board members on that committee, there are now 3 OCI board members on the committee, and the fact that OCI sold the property to the developer here, those members had to recuse themselves. So we had 3 recusals and then 1 other recusal for a different issue. So there was kind of a smaller group making comments, but I think both Dan and Amy have done a good job sort of summarizing those, and it sounds like they heard the comments. Generally, the committee seemed to feel like the form and massing were appropriate, and kind of worked, but that the skins needed work. You know, particularly the sort of heavier, this was described as stoic base, and then the kind of lighter, more airy, like, you know, essentially bringing down the treatment of the upper level to the lower level, engaging with the street. There was some discussion about the pedestrian experience as well, with the kind of large concrete piers on Lorraine, and having that sort of set back, and maybe the first floor should be extended a little closer to the right of way, making it just generally more engaging to the street, but while still understanding that there's a desire to have covered space for patios. It was, I would say, a good discussion, and they are definitely looking forward to seeing the next iteration, now that everyone seems to be fairly on board with kind of scale massing, that sort of thing. So thank you. I would also mention, we have Ben Trimble here from Ohio City Inc. I don't know if Ben wanted to share comments from either his organization or the community.
Thank you so much, Mr. Musson. Good afternoon, everyone. I won't belabor too many points because your agenda has been extremely lengthy, and I'm sure you guys are all ready to go to lunch. But very quickly, I did want to say that so we are the current owner of this lot. Our majority resident elected board actually has seen this lot for some time as perhaps not meeting the highest and best use for land that should be used in a dense commercial district like the Market District. And so we did embark on an RFQ process a couple of years ago to find a developer to redevelop this site into a mixed-use project, and a hotel was one of our most preferred uses. Our strategic plan, I think starting in as early as 2012, has identified a hotel as a sincere need for the Ohio City neighborhood, both to complement existing institutions that receive a lot of visitors, like St. Ignatius and Lutheran Hospital, for instance, who has a lot of, inpatient, but close to outpatient folks and visitors who need lodging, but also to support the commercial district that we have and support the residents who have visitors and who don't have current places to put them. And so most of that demand is met now by Airbnbs that actually usually operate illegally throughout our neighborhood and create a lot of other problems that folks like our councilman has actually shown enough leadership to introduce legislation on. So we have an ongoing problem with lodging, and in Ohio City and visitors, and we hope that this is one solution that will help meet it. Regarding the community process that has happened so far, this attended both our community meeting and the Bridge Carroll J Block Club earlier in late summer, actually, I believe, and was well received there. There were ongoing questions concerning relocation of parking, of some of the crash facilities that exist on site, which we are continuing to work through with the developer. A lot of actually those things are being dealt with on site out of the generosity of the developer here. And we are still working on relocating parking around this site, which frankly is surrounded by extraordinarily underutilized surface parking that is utilized, 20% or less in some cases. The West Side Market has great data on that. We have developers that own a number of empty surface parking lots to the south that are only utilized, 8 hours a day, if that. And we have St. Ignatius actually just to the west that, has 40 hours a week of extremely well utilized parking and then is vacant the rest of the time. So we think that there's a parking solution and a shared parking solution that will meet the sort of transit demand management strategy that the city has put out for the site, but still allow this project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. We'll move on to landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as staff, we had a lot of discussion amongst ourselves and not really a consensus on the appropriateness of the size and massing of the building. It is located in the Market Square Historic District, but right on the border between the Lorraine Avenue Historic District, which has different context and period of significance and things like that. And so there was a bit of discussion there. Overall, we largely agree with the local committee on their comments regarding the design and look forward to seeing it develop. We do want to note the West 28th elevation, while it's used as the back of the building, currently, because that is the back of the building from the West 26th entrance, it's still very highly visible because you have the lower buildings next to it and then the field for St. Ignatius. And so the design of that elevation will also need to be seen as a primary facade when the design's coming through, because that's going to be highly visible from anyone driving from the west going east. So we definitely look forward to seeing it develop and the exploration of kind of alternative designs and treatment as it moves forward.
Thank you for that feedback. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off?
Mr. Strickland?
Go ahead, Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first reaction when looking at this level of development for this lot was, what about the parking? What are you going to do with this displaced parking? But Mr. Trimble was very enlightening in terms of the analysis that they've done in the neighborhood in terms of parking needs. And I thought it was very enlightening that they had identified that a hotel use is highly desirable in the Ohio City neighborhood. So given that context, I think it's an appropriate level of development for this underutilized parcel. And so I'm happy to see the project be proposed and look forward to seeing it evolve through the design process to satisfy the needs of the neighborhood and any concerns that the neighbors might have in terms of the scale of development.
Thank you, Mrs. Strickland. Other questions and comments from the commission? I guess I'll go next. Can I ask, how tall is the Friesen-Schule, right? Friesen-Schule on 25th Street?
5 stories.
5 stories. And how
It's 5
tall
stories,
is this?
yeah.
Okay, and how tall is this building? 8?
Yes.
Okay. I am concerned about the size and scale of the building. I know there was a lot of conversation that we've had related to other developments and where it's appropriate and may not be appropriate. On the major corridors like Lorraine and West 25th, I feel typically the scale is more appropriate to be taller. But my concern is that it's stepping up as you're getting into the residential portion of the neighborhood. So I am concerned about that. I do appreciate though that you've incorporated parking into this and do feel that it should be maintained, because although I do understand and appreciate the feedback on the parking and the utilization of it, I think there still is especially having restaurants and so forth that are not just a nighttime use, but also a day use, that you need that balance for your guests, that they have the ability to keep cars when appropriate. I think you said 45 cars and 130 keys. Is that correct?
That is correct. The hotel brand actually does not require any parking for this type of hotel, because they know that most of the guests rely on like Uber or a taxi or something. So that is not a concern for the hotel, but definitely understand the points about restaurants and other uses in the building.
Right.
And I think if it does, sorry, one more point. If the parking does go away on that second floor, we would have spaces that is on that kind of arm that goes out to 28th. So we would not have zero parking. It would just be located on the surface level there.
Right. And knowing people from out of town who are using this, although I appreciate that the hotel brand doesn't, the neighborhood, does, because those are cars that would be parked there for extended periods of time, not just a quick in and out or in the evening hours. So I do feel strongly that parking should still be part of, this, and because I think that would make this accepted in the neighborhood. I'm fine with the use, because I do agree, since this is such a very active area, having a small boutique hotel would be appropriate. So I don't have a problem with the issue and the opportunity to get a variance. But I am concerned, like I said, about the scale. Related to the architecture, I am not sold yet on the concrete structure expression on the south side, especially as it does approach Lorraine and or St. Ignatius. That area is still fairly consistent in its language of materiality. So marrying the formality that's currently there with the expression that it's new is a challenge. But I do think it needs to be addressed, because the scale of I do appreciate that you've broken down the scale though on Lorraine to sort of respect some of the structures around it. But I do think the materiality needs to be changed to really respond to that, to make it more successful. I don't have any issues with the formality of the north side of this, but do appreciate recognizing, and to me, it's more the height of that piece specifically, because of that is the closest part to the neighborhood. So that is, I don't have the architectural style, like you said, this is very conceptual. I don't have an issue with, but the height is what I have an issue with. And I think that summarizes the majority of my feedback. Other questions and comments from, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to say I'm mostly in agreement with your comments. The dominant buildings there are buildings like the Bender Building and the Friesen Sheely Building, which the Friesen Sheely is, as we mentioned, 5 stories. And I really don't think we need to exceed the height of those buildings. I think this massing what it is and the height what it is, it detracts from the what should be the dominant buildings are the historic buildings. And I think most of the buildings on that block are built brick. Should be considered, as already mentioned here. I do appreciate that the applicant has included parking, for the reasons that the chair cited. But other than the little bit from the street, I don't really see how this relates and harmonizes with the historic district. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Dulick's got his hand up.
Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate you bringing it to this body at this level of development. I echo certainly Madam Chair's comments and Ms. Anderson's, my fellow commissioner, but also Design Review Committee. I'm intrigued by the notion of the pattern of Ohio City where you really don't have buildings taking up what is functionally a full block. And the idea of cleaving it into two by architectural expression is really interesting. Obviously, we're all very troubled or concerned by the way the two-story base has kind of presented itself. I do think this is more in the family of the United Press building, and in now intro, when I think of buildings, and I think the facade, the way it interfaces with Lorraine, I think is going to be one of the biggest challenges. It's interesting what intro does. This sort of echoes some of that. I suppose we have the lower piece, and then you hold the massing back. That's partly a function, I think, of the geometry of that intersection. Here it's pretty straightforward. So I would request or suggest exploring the possibility of really let this building have a more traditional architectural presence and facade right on Lorraine Road. I don't feel that is a strong presence. And almost flip it back, I almost feel like the neighborhood, the facade we're looking at right now, that corner towards the neighborhood, in a sense, feels more responsive to that. It's like Lorraine is really kind of the big deal. So even when I'm imagining the presence because it's a bar, it's a big long box hotel in an architectural, with an architectural expression. So I almost feel like the head, the presence, the source. I love the idea of an arcade along that stretch of Lorraine, almost like Bologna or someplace like that, that really has more modern versions of architectural columns, not necessarily arches, but an expression that has layers of scale as you walk or dine under it, but that could really support a facade that goes straight up. I think that might be a real possibility, and get some presence and get some of your mass on Lorraine that maybe allows you to pull back around and give, I guess I almost want some kind of vertical expression as you see it, as you come from the west, which is a really good point from the staff. As you're moving west along Lorraine, what presence does that have? Because I think that's your two big forces. I think that presence on Lorraine, how you experience that as a pedestrian and a car or a bus or whatever, and how that has a certain legal strength, if you will, and then how you marry that necessary gesture to the absolutely essential gesture of the force of Market Avenue coming into the building. I think that wants to have a scale and a presence. I feel like if that had the opportunity to create a two-story lobby, for example, it really gives you, it starts to be the coda to the whole experience of the market and Market Avenue and everything coming along. really that sense of kind of grandeur or scale or something that really is, I think, capturing the spirit of the market district. I guess that's what I really like to see. These are just thoughts, suggestions for how this might work from a massing and architecture perspective. But I think the spirit of it really is marrying those two forces, but also something where I say, and I don't think it's literal. I think it's poetic. I think it's how the spaces feel, what the scale is, and the proportions of what you enter or don't enter or walk alongside underneath it. If you're walking along an arcade out in the rain, it could feel, does it have the similar scale to the side arcades of West Side Market? For example, none of the architecture, but that feel, that all-important sense. So that this, you say, oh yeah, this is the Market Square Hotel. This is what this is. You feel it, the Market District Hotel, whatever you brand it or whatever you define it to be. I think that's probably the most important value, and I think getting that right I think that your articulation will flow from that as it marries the program. I really believe that. I want to see that. I want to see that Guts of Cleveland thing on Lorraine. I really do. Because it's coming back too. You really see it when you're coming over the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And then how the whole thing becomes a backdrop to the field at St. Ignatius and that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is part of that. This is the skyline a lot of the folks who live in the neighborhood to the west and the north will see. So I know that's a lot to pack, but I think I really appreciate kind of the openness and sincerity that comes through between Amy, you, and Dan, the whole team. And
No, that says sincerely thank you for the feedback. It has made us consider a lot of things we hadn't before, and that's why we're here this early. We really are looking for as much feedback as we can get right now. It's giving us more ideas instead of us just bouncing around, the 4 people in the office. It's good to get these perspectives.
Well, thank you. Helps us a lot too.
Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, I just want to add something for historical purposes. I believe, if I remember correctly, there was a 4-story building on this corner many years ago. It's probably been over 50 years, but if you're looking for somewhere to potentially use as a space or a height that would be historically more in, and then put your more massive ports back, or however you want to do it, or maybe you're changing your materials. That 4-story could be also another option as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that building is underneath the parking lot right now.
Yes.
But the spirit of it still lives on.
It is. I won't say haunting, but we are embodying the spirit.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Not seeing any hands here.
All right. So not seeing any online either. Do you feel you received enough feedback from the commission to continue the development of your design?
Yes, and I do just want to ask one question, as it's really the driver of why we're here today, is whether the committee and staff and the commission feel comfortable with the use of the hotel, so that we can go start talk to the board zoning appeals on that.
Staff is comfortable with these.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your design feedback as well.
All right, well, we can appreciate you bringing it to us in the early stages and look forward to seeing you return with the final solution.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes then our schematic design reviews. We'll move on to meeting minute approvals. There were 4 that were circulated. Does anyone have any questions or comments on those meeting minutes, or would someone like to put forward a motion? Ms. Anderson, I see your hand up. Is that a remnant, or did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Okay.
On the September 26th meeting, I wrote it down. Case 24-079 on page 6, 1067 East 98th. It says it was reviewed by the West Cleveland Design Review Advisory Committee. I just wanted to, see if it was really reviewed by or if that was a typo.
Yeah, I think that must have been a typo. I can go back and look at that and confirm, but yeah, that would have been not reviewed by the Historic West Cleveland Design Review Committee.
That's
yeah, so we can make that adjustment to get the correct committee name in there.
Great catch, Ms. Anderson. Any other questions or comments on the meeting minutes? Would someone like to put forward a motion of approval with that one revision?
I move that we approve with the one correction.
Right, so motion to approve the August 22nd, September 12th, October 10th as submitted, and the September 26th with the one revision mentioned. Do we have a second?
I'll say.
Was that a second in the room?
Yes, yeah, Mr. Strickland seconded.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Strickland. Any further discussion? Right, Mr. Mustin, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Doolin? Yes. Director Fields?
Abstain.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Crowd?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, then we'll move on to administrative reports.
No big report, just this is our final meeting for 2024. We have the schedule for 2025. I can pass that out, in person here and then email it out as well. As a reminder, our first meeting of 2025, the January 9th meeting, will be virtual only as they're doing some upgrades to this room so that hopefully we have fewer technical issues. I think that's it. At the beginning of the year, as soon as we have a shorter agenda, we can do like a kind of year in review and talk about everything we did this past year, from a staff level, just to keep you guys in the loop. And then Carl and I at some point would also like to share some of what we learned at the National Trust Conference down in New Orleans a couple months ago. So just waiting for a short agenda.
All right, that sounds great. Ms. Anderson, I see your hands back up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make this really quick. I'm very concerned about the Rockefeller building.
Yes.
There's some serious issues there. Safety issues, break-ins. I think, first of all, it needs to be emptied. There shouldn't be anybody in there, and secured. And then, the owners need to be held responsible for the deteriorating and tragic situation there. So I wanted to make sure that that's on record.
Yes, yeah, and staff has been working with building and housing to try and walk that line of enforcing from the city end, but not having it end up in the demolition. So we are well aware of it and certainly focused on it. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that forward, Ms. Anderson. Any other items to bring forward?
Did a site visit on 16th?
Yes, Monday the 16th, we do have a site visit of Detroit. Yes, 3:00, 5509 Detroit. 07, somewhere over there. Yeah.
5007.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a site visit. It's a there's I guess we'll learn more at the site visit, but it's a newer building, and there was mention about potential development there, but at this point, I think we're looking at it as just a demolition of a seated lot, because the development plans are pretty far off. So we'll go do our evaluation of the building and then learn about what they're proposing there.
All right. Sounds great. Thanks for the reminder, Mr. Strickland. Then that seeing any other items, we will adjourn today's meeting and hope everyone have a great and safe holiday season.
Thank you.